following program is a production of Naleo TV.
Contested case hearing for the 30-meter telescope project. A proceeding for the State of Hawaii, BLNR, Board of Land and Natural Resources.
May I ask for appearances, please?
Good morning, Your Honor. Ian Sanderson and John P. Manat appearing for the University of Hawaii at Hilo.
Good morning.
Good morning, Harry Fergerstrom, appearing po Pasisua.
Good morning.
Kealoha Pishoda for Kealoha Pishoda, MaunaKea, Nainaho, and Paul Nevis. And here with me today is Laulani Teal of MaunaKea, Nainaho, and Keo Mailani of MaunaKea, Nainaho.
I'm sorry, Laulani Teal with MaunaKea on Nainaho?
Yeah, she's a member of my organization.
Okay.
Mahalo.
And also Ms. Von Gogh?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Good morning, Clarence Koo, Kawakahi Ching, present.
Good morning, Mr. Ching.
Kakahiakano, E. Kalani Flores and B. Pua Case here on behalf of the Flores case Ohana.
Good morning to both of you.
I just want to and also make a note that Deborah Ward is on her way and is running late, so I just wanted to make note that she'll be coming in later and to make note for the record.
Thank you for letting us know.
Good morning, Lanny Sinkin for the Temple of Lono.
Good morning, Mr. Sinkin.
Morning, Judge Douglas Ng and Brian Kang for TMT International Observatory LLC. Thank you.
Good morning.
Good morning, Your Honor. Dexter Kaiama on behalf of Kahea.
Good morning, Mr. Kaiama.
Good morning, Your Honor. Mehana Kihoi on behalf of myself and Leina Slide Home.
Good morning, Ms. Kihoi.
Good morning, Dwight Vicente.
Good morning, Mr. Vicente.
Morning, Your Honor. Lincoln Ashida, representing PUEO. Present also is Keahi Warfield. Your Honor, if it pleases the court, after appearances are done, may I address the court very briefly?
Yes.
Thank you.
Aloha kakaiaka, William Freitas present. Today, my wife, Cindy Freitas, will not be able to be here for medical reasons. I mean, just her, she has appointments that she has to meet.
I see.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Freitas. Okay, let me finish with the roll call, please. CM Kanuha, not present. Joseph Kamara, not present. Kalikuli Hua Kanaile, not present, but hopefully he can join us this afternoon. Stephanie Tabata, not present. Tiffany Kakalia, not present. Glenn Keela, not present. Brandon Kealoha, not present. And Mrs. Holy is not here yet. Oh, breakfast? Okay, good morning, Mrs. Holy. Sorry, I looked over to your spot, didn't see you. Mr. Ashida?
Your Honor, if it may please the court, yesterday, regrettably, I spoke prematurely and without authority with respect to the naming of our client organization. Without taking up any more of time, if Your Honor would please like to hear from Mr. Warfield just for 2 minutes regarding this issue. This is a matter that is of high sensitivity.
All right.
Thank you.
Good morning, Judge Obano.
Good morning, Mr. Warfield.
For the record, my name is Shad Keahi Warfield, and I'm a resident of Keaukaha, Hawaii. I'm the current president of Perpetuating Unique Educational Opportunities, PUEO. Now, I'd like to object to Mrs. Case, Mr. Ching, and Mr. Fergerstrom. As I look around this room, there is nobody that understands where I come from and my family. And for Hawaiians, it's very important, as you have heard, that naming practices in Hawaiian culture is very important. In creating the organization, PUEO, it was never my intention to call it PUEO. There's a story connected to the naming of PUEO. And if any of the petitioners would have came to me and asked for 2 minutes of my time, I would gladly give them the time to explain to them how that name came about. And for Hawaiians, it's very important to get the full story, especially when you don't know somebody. And with all due respect to how you folks feel, the PUEO is special to you, but it's also special to me. Some people claim that we are the barn owl. Well, I'm happy for that too, because the barn owl in Western culture is significant as well, just as PUEO is in Hawaiian culture. Our position here is to bring solution to the problem, help find solution. So in the naming, it was strategic that I choose a name that represents us well, which was PUEO, being Native Hawaiian, small n, Native Hawaiian, capital N, Hawaiian national, Kanaka, whatever you want to call it. It was important to choose that name, PUEO, so that when Hawaiians hear it, they look and they try to understand better, understand what we're about. Now, there's a foreign concept, an acronym to that haole or foreigner can understand, and that's perpetuating unique educational opportunities. So as you can see, there's an imbalance in the name, both on the Hawaiian culture side and on the Western side. I object to striking that name and using PUEO. From the beginning of this case hearing, they have used PUEO because they don't want to recognize the name, which is fine. I respect that, and it's okay. But I'm going to ask the hearing officer to recognize us as either PUEO or Perpetuating Unique Educational Opportunities. And if you decide to call us PUEO, then I think it's fair that all the Hawaiian groups, such as Kahea, Keana Inaho, should be spelled out, K-A-H-E-A, in the same manner. There's one true expert in this room on Ho'oponopono, and that is you. And I appreciate the amount of time and effort that you've been putting in listening to all of us. And I'm not going to go into what I appalled about, because this process really is about aloha. But if you get aloha, then you're going to go and you're going to find out from the person what's the situation. It seems to me that I am under duress and coercion. We speak about indigenous warrior and how they're affected by protecting the mountain. Try being on the opposite side where you're the only Hawaiian group with one pro-voice, not for TMT, but for education, and how we can find one solution. And therefore I ask you to consider either calling us PUEO by a proper name or perpetuating unique educational opportunities. And if you choose to call us PUEO, that is fine too. But then I would ask that the Hawaiian groups such as Kahea and Keana Inaho be called K-A-H-E-A. Kahea speaks to the voice, the place, but they don't represent my voice. And so that's what I'm here to say. This is my first time speaking to you.
Yes.
And I'm an observer in this whole process, watching, as well as my families. But I look around, and these guys are all strangers. They're assuming, you're assuming, Mr. Fergerstrom, that you know me. You don't know me.
Excuse me, Mr. Warfield, could you
sorry,
address me, please?
But I'm done.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Warfield. Mr. Ching?
Judge Amano, one of the problems here is that we are all very closely related. I don't know if the short-eared owl is Keahi's aumakua, but it is surely one of mine, which makes it very important, next to it being my name, or my name being associated with the so-called king of the owls. And so we're really more closely associated here, even though we are on opposite sides of the issues. And so he's right. We need to know who he is, but I have had personal problems in trying to get acquainted with him. And as we can see, he has had trouble with us. So as for me, I will try to refer to them in the whole, perpetuating education and all that. But I just thought I have to put this on the record, and that the one thing we are trying to institute here, and if it's not noticeable, is we love everybody. We offer you all our aloha, our kapu aloha. We share our food with you anytime you want to drink or eat. It's yours. We offer no real, animosity, except that we're in this legal entanglement. So I thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ching. Mr. Kaiama?
Yes, Your Honor. Ms. Ward had asked me, I think Kalani had indicated that she's running late.
Yes.
So she had asked me to ask the court, and I asked most everyone, but I didn't ask Doug Ng or Lincoln Ashida. I didn't have the time. But she asked if it's okay if she's not here, she'd be just taken out of order because she is running late. So I'm just letting you know.
All right, thank you. Mrs. Case?
Aloha, Judge Amano. I just want to say for the record that it was not my intention at any time to in any way engage or insult you. I state my reasons yesterday, and I'm going to stand by that, but I also am going to say that I'm Kanaka Maoli first, and I aloha you for your answer, your response, and I wish that we had been here yesterday together so that I could explain that to you, because the last thing that I want to have is us sitting in the same room with a misunderstanding. There's already this. So I just want to say that because it's very important that when we start in this Hawaiian fashion, because we are starting about our Mauna and sacredness and kapu aloha, that we recognize that, and to the best of our ability in this very sensitive situation here, that we are still Hawaiian at the end of the day, and we are still related, and we still come from the same communities, and we have deep-seated convictions and beliefs and practices. And so I want to just say that for the record so that we can go on in the best way that we can.
Thank you, Mrs. Case. Mr. Fergerstrom?
Good morning. I wanted to address two of the motions I have on the floor, which is the motions to recall Mr. White and Mr. Sanders, I believe. Anyway, I want to withdraw those motions. It's not necessary anymore. Let's see, there was another one. Sorry, I forgot it. So if I think about it, I'll tell you. Oh, I know what it was. We had talked about the stipulation of understanding between Mrs. Aluli and myself regarding my witnesses on the 23rd. I need to have that really solid because I've already purchased the tickets.
I understand.
So I'd like to make sure that everybody is well aware that that's going to be my day.
The decision as to who gets called is going to be mine.
Yes.
So stipulations among parties are certainly encouraged, but I always have a concern that everyone is included because all the things that we decide here in terms of process affects everyone. So for instance, if UH and TIO stipulated on something and didn't consult with you folks, that would not be appropriate. And that's all I'm asking. We're just trying to get a feel for the speed.
Sure.
And I hear you, and I'm very sensitive to that. So thank you, and I'm hoping by tomorrow we can have a full calendar so everyone will know when their witnesses are coming.
Thank you.
All right. Ms. Pishota?
Just briefly, I just wanted to thank Mr. Keahi for sharing his truth. And that's all. Mahalo. Yeah, that's all.
Thank you, Ms. Pishota. Mr. Ng?
I just want to get a clarification. When Mr. Kaiama said Ms. Ward wanted to be taken out of order, I'm assuming that's not as a witness because she wasn't scheduled for today, but with respect to cross or friendly cross on the first witness.
Thank you for that.
Is that the understanding?
That's what I understood.
That's what I meant, as a cross-examiner.
Yeah.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Ng. We seem to be getting a lot of feedback on the microphones. Is there something that we can do on the volume or? All right. So, Mr. Kaiama, are you ready with your first witness of the day?
Yes, good morning, Your Honor. Our first witness of the day, I have the pleasure of calling David Kimo Frankel.
And the offer of proof, please.
Mr. Frankel is offered primarily as a rebuttal witness to the testimony that was provided by Professor David Callies.
Okay. So that's going to be limited to that then?
It will be limited to that. That is correct, Your Honor.
All right. And Mr. Frankel is approaching the witness chair. And may I ask if he has a copy of his written direct testimony with him?
I do, here. I can give.
He said, while Mr. Frankel is approaching, I would like to ask everyone, please, the court reporter can only take what's being said one at a time, and I really am concerned about having clarity on the record. I'm not stopping anybody from saying anything, but we have to be sure that what you say, I think that's what you want, is on the record. So, little comments from the gallery and that sort of thing it's distracting for one thing, somewhat disrespectful. You have an opportunity to come to the microphone. I'm going to ask that we please limit the comments to that. Also, since Mr. Frankel is here, and as to all witnesses, I would really ask them to listen carefully to the questions, answer the questions, because that's what this is about. When a witness testifies, they're here to answer questions. So I think that will help us to streamline the testimony and focus on the material matters. So anything else for you, Mr. Kaiama?
And nothing further,
All right, thank you.
Nothing, nothing further, thank you, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. And good morning, Ms. Ward. We'll note your appearance.
Good morning. Thank you.
And, sir, if you don't mind, the microphone in front of you, could you be sure that it's on? Very good. And you'll need to speak directly into it because we have some amplification problems sometimes. I apologize for the inconvenience. Would you state your name, please?
My name is David Kimo Frankel.
And Mr. Frankel, may I ask you to please raise your right hand? Do you solemnly swear and affirm that the testimony you're about to give in the matters before this tribunal shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Sir, the written direct testimony, I think Mr. Kaiama handed you a copy. Is that your statement?
That is my statement.
And how many pages is that?
I think it's 5.
Okay. You need to speak into the microphone.
Sorry, I think it's 5.
Do you have it in front of you, so how many pages is it?
If I'm counting correctly, it's 5 pages. It's not paginated, but it looks like it's 5 pages.
And is that your statement?
Yes, it is.
And have you read everything there?
I've written it and I've read it.
Okay, excellent. And as to everything there, are you affirming now under oath that everything there is true to the best of your knowledge?
I am.
All right. Now, we have up to 10 minutes for you to summarize your statement if you wish.
I don't think that's... I'm assuming everyone's read it. If you want me to, I'll summarize it in a minute, but I don't if you think that's necessary.
I don't, but I leave it to... I think
it pretty much speaks for itself. I talk about my qualifications. I describe David Callies' ideological orientation. I describe how his views have been not accepted by the Hawaii Supreme Court. I've described instances when he's been incorrect. And I've pointed out that his opinion about the public trust doctrine being exclusively connected to water is one that the Hawaii Supreme Court has not embraced.
Okay, very good. Ms. Ward.
Good morning. Good morning, Mr. Frankel. Thank you for your testimony, and I have no questions. Thank you.
Thank you.
Ms. Pishota?
Aloha, Kimo, Kealoha. I really don't have any questions for you.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Pishota. Mr. Ching?
Good morning, Mr. Frankel.
Morning.
We do have a history, don't we?
We do.
We do have a history, don't we?
We do.
And it's a good history.
It's a good history.
Would you briefly tell this tribunal what that history might be?
Sure. I was your attorney in a case called Ching versus Case. That is it. We had a trial before Judge Gary Chang a little over 15 months ago. We do not yet have a decision in that case. Bill Weinhoff, who's standing up, was a witness in that case. I don't know if I need to say anything more than that.
That's sufficient. Thank you.
No, he doesn't get to say anything. Mr. Weinhoff is here as legal counsel. He's standing up so everybody can see who he is.
It was just a disclosure of my relationship with Mr. Frankel.
Thank
for
you.
the record. Thank you, Your Honor. I have no questions.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Ching. Mr. Flores?
For the record, I'm Kalani Flores representing the Flores case Ohana. Aloha, Mr. Franco.
Aloha.
In your written direct testimony in page 1, the last paragraph, and it states that you have an litigation experience in Hawaii state land use law. Is that correct?
Correct.
And you have litigation experience in conservation district law. Is that correct?
Correct.
And so when you say conservation district law, is that similar to what this contested case hearing is about?
Yes.
Thank you. And you go on to say that you have experience in Coastal Zone Management Act, Environmental Impact Statement Law, Historic Preservation Law, Public Land Law, Administrative Procedures Act, Subdivision Codes, Public Trust Doctrine, and Public Nuisance Law. Is that correct?
Yes.
So overall, how many years of experience do you have in this particular litigation experience that you've noted as such?
Litigating, it's, I don't know, maybe 13, 14, 15 years. I was also employed by the Sierra Club for several years doing work at the legislature, but that was not litigation, but it involved many of these same issues and laws.
And in addition to that, do you also have experience in these particular, as an attorney, handling laws pertaining to Native Hawaiian customary and traditional rights?
Yes.
Okay. So based upon your experience and in litigation law and in these areas of aspects, how does it compare to the experience of Mr. David Callies?
I'm not sure how much litigation David Callies has done. He's submitted a few briefs, mostly for amicus curiae at the appellate level. In recent years, the Hawaii Supreme Court has rebuffed the arguments he's raised in those briefs. I don't know. He was a witness, or they attempted to use him as a witness in the Oceanside 1250 case, but I believe Judge Ibarra would not let him testify. That's my recollection. I believe he did a declaration in federal court recently, maybe regarding the Bridge Ainalea case or a similar type of case. But again, that was not as a litigator. I believe you'd have to ask him, but my understanding is his focus has been academic for the past couple decades.
And when you say academic versus being a litigation attorney, is that what you're saying?
Correct.
Okay. So, based upon your knowledge, and based upon your testimony and your knowledge, as cited as such, Mr. David Callies has been called by other developers or firms to represent their interests in a few cases. Is that correct?
More than a few cases, that's true, yes.
Okay. And can you kind of summarize the type of cases he's been called upon to testify in?
Well, I mentioned in my testimony that the Land Use Research Foundation, and I'm going to read from my testimony how it describes itself as the only Hawaii-based organization devoted exclusively to promoting the interests of the development community, particularly in the areas of land use laws, regulation, and public policy. And he worked for LURF in 3 cases that I cite: the Waihole case, the Pash case, and the Unite Here or Turtle Bay case.
So in those particular cases you just cited, is it true that he was there? Let me rephrase the question. In the cases that you have cited, just at this moment, is it true that he was not representing Native Hawaiian cultural practitioners?
That is accurate.
And in the cases you just cited, is it true to say that he was not there to protect Native Hawaiian traditional and customary practices?
I think that's a fair characterization.
Okay. And in those cases that you cited, is it fair to say that he was there to represent the developer or the development of that project?
I would say more broadly the development interests.
The development. So let me rephrase that. Re-ask that question. So based upon those cases you cited, that is it fair to say that Mr. Callies was there to represent the development interests of those projects?
Yes.
And is it fair to say that after review of his testimony for this contested case, that Mr. Callies was presented here to represent the development interests for the TMT project?
I don't know who called him as a witness, but I think that's a fair characterization.
And have you read Mr. Callies' testimony for this contested case hearing?
Yes.
Was he here to represent the interests of Native Hawaiian cultural practitioners?
It doesn't appear to be the case.
And in the same context, was he here to represent the interests of Native Hawaiian traditional and customary practices?
I don't believe so.
Thank you, Mr. Frankel, for your time. Thank you, Your Honor.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Flores. Mr. Fergerstrom?
Good morning, Mr. Frankel. My name is Harry Fergerstrom.
Hello.
Do we know each other?
We met outside half an hour ago.
Okay. So, when you were with the Sierra Club, were you involved with the Palila bird?
The first case arose, I think, long before I went to law school. I was involved tangentially at some points, but not initially.
Okay. But you're familiar with the Endangered Species Act that was basically written on the Palila bird?
Yes.
Oh, sorry, Your Honor, but I believe that question is beyond the scope of his rebuttal testimony.
And Mr. Fergerstrom, your response?
I'd actually agree.
Okay.
Okay, let's see. So, your current employment is with who?
It is with no one, actually.
With no one?
I'm self-employed now.
Self-employed. Do you work with Earthjustice at all?
I clerked for them when I was in law school. I talk with the attorneys there, but I do not work for them, no.
Okay, thank you. I think that's all I have for you. Thank you very much for your presence.
Sure.
Okay, Ms. Kihoy? All right. Mr. Ashida?
Your Honor, is this on? Your Honor, I have no questions other than to say hello to Mr. Frankel. We worked together for a brief period of time back in the day. Wish you safe travels on your upcoming trip.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Mr. Sinkin?
Good morning, Mr. Frankel.
Good morning.
On page, no, they aren't paginated, you're right. On page 4 of your testimony, there's a question asked, what does the Hawaii Supreme Court say about Callies' opinion that the public trust doctrine is exclusively connected to water? Mr. Callies was quite emphatic repeatedly.
I am really sorry.
What's that?
I can't hear.
Oh,
It's
really?
not your fault. I think it's the volume reduction.
Testing
in the
1,
electronic.
2, 3. Is that any better?
It is a lot better, but I'm also
have to-
going to ask that we see if we can adjust the volume a little bit more so everyone can hear.
Yeah, I'm practically swallowing the microphone.
I know. I feel the same way all the time.
Testing 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, much better. There we go. Mahalo. Okay, let me start over so we know where we are. On page 4 of your testimony, there's a question asked about Mr. Callies' opinion that the public trust doctrine is exclusively connected to water. And Mr. Callies was quite emphatic about that and repeatedly asserted that. You, in your testimony, say that the Supreme Court of Hawaii does not agree with Mr. Callies that it's limited to water. Could you explicate that a bit for all of us?
Well, sure. There's a footnote in the Morgan case in which the Hawaii Supreme Court talks about the scope of the public trust doctrine, specifically citing the Hawaii State Constitution. I would also note that there was a conference, I don't know if that's the right word, at the UH Law School in the fall, in which they brought over justices, I should say, from India to talk about the environmental court. And Chief Justice Rechtenwald gave a speech as a part of that conference. And I was delighted to hear him say that Justice Wilson continues to remind us all that the public trust doctrine encompasses the protection of natural beauty. So I think it is not only clear from the Morgan decision, but also from the, one could say, dicta or out of courtroom statements made by the Chief Justice, that the public trust doctrine is not limited to water.
And in that footnote in the Morgan case, I believe they were extending it to not only natural beauty, but also natural resources, including land.
Correct.
So under that reading of the law, would you consider the public trust doctrine to apply to the lands of MaunaKea?
Yes.
Thank you. And then on page 5 of your testimony, the question is, what is David Callies' opinion as to how intensely the conservation district can be developed? And I just want to be sure I'm reading this right. You have a quote set out saying he wrote, and then a citation to an article beginning with 40th anniversary. So was Dr. Callies the author of that 40th anniversary document?
Yes, he is.
Okay. So in that document, he is quoted as saying virtually no structural development is permitted in the conservation district. Would you view that opinion as applying to MaunaKea?
I'm not sure what David Callies intended when he wrote that, but that's what he wrote.
That's what he wrote, yes. That's all I have. Thank you, David.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Sinkin. Mr. Kadaile is not here. Mr. Vicente.
Dwight Vicente. Good morning.
Morning.
You spoke about the public trust doctrine. Are you familiar with the state constitution, state of Hawaii Constitution?
I am familiar with it.
Are you familiar with the 1959 Admission Act?
I'm familiar with it, yeah.
Are you familiar with the Hawaiian Homes Commission Act 1920?
I am familiar with that.
Are you familiar with the Organic Act of 1900 the United States Congress wrote?
Yes, yes, Mr. Kaiama.
Sorry, Mr. Vicente, but I would just lodge an objection that it's beyond the scope of his rebuttal testimony.
Are we leading to someplace that might be within the scope, or are we?
Well, the public trust doctrine for the United States goes back to the Northwest Ordinance of 1787. It was a short-lived document that you can trace it back to the Revolutionary War with the soldiers being promised lands that, not in the 13 colonies, but in the Indian lands that's in the Ohio River Valley, which is Article 5 of the Northwest Ordinance. And the U.S. Constitution is Article 4, Section 3, Clause 2, which limits that authority to the one territory, which is the Northwest Ordinance, Article 5. To claim that in 1898 that the lands, the Crown and government lands was annexed to the Ohio River Valley, that's taking it to the extreme. Congress is pulling crap out of their ass, to say it plainly. That is not true. The Constitution is limited. Article 1, Section 8 is limited. Article 4, Section 3, Clause 2 is limited. Does not apply to Crown and government lands. So whenever they talk about the public trust doctrine, the lands here are either Crown or government lands. We're dealing with land, water on the land. So whenever you hear like Mr. Callies stating that deals with water, it deals with land. We're not ocean people. We're not in the living in the water. We're actually living on land and land on water on the land. So that's why I'm going backwards. I can come forward if you want me to.
No, really the question is whether or not it's within the scope of Mr. Frankel's direct examination.
I think both witnesses it does fall within, Mr. Callies and Mr. Frankel.
So how does your question fall within the direct testimony of Mr. Frankel?
Well, there's a nexus. I'll put it to you that way.
I'm afraid I'm going to have to sustain the objection and ask you to go into an area that would be within the direct exam. However, you've taught us something new every single day, and I thank you for that.
All right. I'll end it with that. Thank you.
All right. Mr. Freitas?
Aloha, Mr. Frankel.
Aloha.
I'm a Native Hawaiian, and I stand here today in protection of my rights as a Native Hawaiian, identified to me by the state of Hawaii's Constitution. I'm actually a Kanaka Maoli, Aboriginal Indigenous Kanaka Maoli, Kopai Aina. I am of this land. So if this is about land, I have no further questions.
Thank you. Are there any other cross-examiners that I may have missed? No response. I did ask her, she had no questions. Ms. Kihoi had no questions. And Mr. Kaiama, any redirect exam? Oh, pardon me, you're right. Thank you. Mr. Mr. Sanderson?
We have no questions.
All right.
I wish you safe travels, David.
Thank you.
Ian, you disappoint me.
Mr. Ng?
Morning, Mr. Frankel. Douglas Ng for TMT International Observatory LLC.
Good morning. It's been about 10 years.
Pa'o.
Mm-hmm.
So I heard you say in response to an earlier question that you are currently self-employed. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay, so, but you were with the Native Hawaiian Legal Corporation for many years.
A little over 10, yes.
Okay, so when did you cease your employment with NHLC, if I might say that just for short, and no insult to the organization?
Understood. You have an association with the organization, or had. I would say about a week or two before Christmas. I can't give you, I don't remember the exact
Okay, so
date.
sometime in December.
Yes.
But fairly recently.
Yes.
Okay. Now, I also heard you say that you represented or currently represent Mr. Ching, who's a party to this proceeding.
I stopped representing him when I left NHLC. That case is an ongoing case, and so another attorney in the office is now representing him.
Okay. Have you had discussions with Mr. Ching with regard to this proceeding?
I'm having difficulty with the word proceeding. I can say that I think we've talked about MaunaKea in a broader context. I can't say that I recall a conversation, if you're defining a proceeding as being this particular contested case hearing. I don't think so. I don't think, other than just chatting with him outside just now, I don't think I've spoken with him really since sometime after, maybe a month or two after our trial ended. So I don't think we've spoken, and obviously at that point there was no proceeding, as it were.
Okay, but you did, and you have a continuing fiduciary duty to him as his former attorney.
I don't know if I have a fiduciary duty. I have some duties under the rules of professional responsibility. You might characterize them as fiduciary. I'm not sure that I would use that term.
Okay, but would you agree that you have duties to Mr. Ching?
I have.
As his former attorney?
Correct. I believe I'm not allowed to disclose confidential information that he provided to me when I represented him. I'm not sure that I have. I'd have to look at the rules of professional responsibility again. I can't recall any other duties I might have.
Okay. Have you or the Native Hawaiian Legal Corporation represented any other party to this proceeding?
I would have difficulty making representation regarding Native Hawaiian Legal Corporation. I know it was in the news, and Bill Weinhoff knows this very well, that Native Hawaiian Legal Corporation is involved in the case regarding the sublease. I provided counsel and advice to Kealoha probably 18 years ago, approximately, when I was at Legal Aid in Hilo. I can sort of go down the line. I've never represented the university, but I had a case against John Monat. I don't think I've had a case against...
So the question was
Ian.
directed to, did you or the Native Hawaiian Legal Corporation represent any other party to this proceeding? So you've identified Mr. Flores, is that correct?
Correct.
Anyone else?
And we said Ching. I don't believe, well, again, I can't make a sweeping statement about NHLC. As far as my representation, I believe that's it. Look, and there's parties who are not here. I I think I heard their names. I don't recall, but without seeing them, I don't think so.
Okay. Your written direct testimony notes that everyone has biases. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And would it be fair to say that you have biases as well?
I think that's redundant. You just asked that question. We all have biases. I'm one of the all.
Okay. And would it be fair to say that you have an anti-development bias?
I would not say that. You might. David Callies might say that, but that's not a word I would use.
Okay. But when you provided your history of the cases that you have been involved in, right, generally those cases have been against developers. Is that correct?
I would rephrase that and say I have represented people or organizations attempting to protect special places that are threatened by proposals that others have.
Okay. So you referred to the Leslie versus Board of Appeals of the County of Hawaii case, correct?
I referred to that in my direct testimony.
And in that case, you opposed the approval of a subdivision. Is that correct?
I think more accurately, I represented Wayne Leslie.
Well, just answer the question first.
And I'm answering it. I am answering it.
Okay.
I represented,
yes or no?
I represented Wayne Leslie.
Sir, you're going to need to answer the question directly. There's an opportunity for redirect. I know you know the process.
I cannot answer the question in the way that you've characterized it.
That's your answer. Thank you.
Fine.
Mr. Ng.
I accept that answer. You have advocated for enforcement of environmental laws. Is that a fair statement?
I think that's a fair statement.
Okay. You have also advocated for citizens groups to address what you describe as environmental degradation. Is that an accurate statement?
I think so.
Okay. You also list the Kalekini versus Thielen case. That involved burial council and the approval of a burial treatment plan.
That's not accurate.
All right. Well, some people know the case, I believe, as the Whole Foods burials.
And if I may, I think that's beyond the scope of his rebuttal testimony, Your Honor.
It goes to the issue of impeachment, bias, et cetera, which is fair. So I'm going to respectfully overrule the objection. Go ahead, Mr. Ng.
Well, I will note that he listed the case as one of those in his written direct testimony. That's why I raised the question. Okay. But in that case, you represented Paulette Kalekini against the developer in that case, General Growth Properties.
And attempting to protect burials on the property, that's right.
I want to go back to your background. You noted that, well, let me start this way. So were you born and raised in Hawaii?
Yes.
Okay, so where did you attend school?
I went to Liliuokalani Elementary, and then I went to Iolani School, and then I went to Carleton College in Minnesota.
I'm sorry, college?
Carleton College in Minnesota.
Okay.
And then I attended William S. Richardson School of Law. And at the same time, I went to the School of Urban and Regional Planning at the University of Hawaii and got a master's degree in urban and regional planning.
Okay. Did you ever attend school out of the United States?
Yes, actually, well, I spent a summer studying at Leningrad State University.
And what did you study there?
Russian.
Language?
Language, history, culture, geography. Yeah.
So when did you graduate from the University of Hawaii Law School?
1992, I believe.
Okay. Was David Callies one of your professors?
He was. I was in class with Ian Sanderson, I believe.
Now, you've listed a series of cases at the bottom of page 1 of your written direct testimony onto the top of page 2. And these appear to be cases that went up on appeal. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Other than the Kila or Haleakala case that you list, did any of these other cases listed involve an application for a conservation district use permit?
Of the ones I've written about here?
Yes, the ones that you have cited in your written direct testimony.
I don't believe so. I believe that's the only one that I've mentioned that involves a CDUA.
When were you first contacted about this case?
I believe, well, when you say this case...
This contested case proceeding.
Not the first one, you're talking about this second one. I
Yes.
guess it wasn't the first one. I was probably contacted before the first public hearing, before it went to the Supreme Court years ago. As far as this particular contested case part, when after the remand, as it were, I believe I probably talked to Richard Werdeman, Naivi, in maybe June.
Okay, and what was the discussion about?
He asked if I would be a witness.
And what was your response?
I said I wasn't sure. It depended on a lot of things, but I pointed out that I was going to be traveling in September at that time. And he told me he thought the contested case hearing was going to start in August. And we left things unsettled.
Okay. So were you subsequently contacted by any party or party representative about testifying in this matter?
Yes.
Okay, so when was that and who was that?
I think within a week, and I'm not quite sure when it was, whether it was November or December, I was contacted by Dexter, Yuklin, Bianca Isaki, and I feel like there was one other. Person, but I can't remember who that would have been.
And what were you asked, if anything, to do?
I was asked if I would provide testimony.
Okay. And did they describe what testimony they wanted you to provide?
Not really. I think, well, initially, no. I think things are pretty vague. I told people that I would not be able to do anything until I left NHLC. And so after when I was done with my work at NHLC, I think what it was, as I recall, Dexter had emailed me David Callies' testimony. I had never bothered to open it because I wasn't in that frame of mind. I wasn't going to do anything, and so at some point later on, I opened it and I prepared my response.
So when did you prepare your written direct testimony for this proceeding?
I would say sometime in the last 2 weeks of December. I couldn't tell you when.
Okay. So that would be subsequent to your departure from the Native Hawaiian Legal Corporation?
Correct.
Okay. Now let's go back to the Kila case. So you've listed one of the Kila cases that went up on appeal, is that correct?
That's correct.
But there were two others, correct?
That's correct.
And what were those cases about?
One case involved the issue was whether the University of Hawaii should have prepared an environmental impact statement instead of an environmental assessment for its management plan, or I should say its comprehensive management plan. And the second case dealt with the validity of the Board of Land and Natural Resources decision to issue a conservation district use permit for the ATST project on the island of Maui.
Okay. So with regard to the first of those two cases, there are three, and you mentioned the very first one in your written direct testimony, but the other two decisions came down in October of this year. October of 2016, is that correct?
Well, you say that there are actually 4 Kila cases. Only 3 of them have appellate decisions. We prevailed on the other one in circuit court, and there was no appeal from that. But yes, in October, 2 decisions came out.
Okay.
I don't know if they have proper citation format yet.
So in the case involving your challenge to the environmental assessment for the master plan for the ATST observatory, the court rejected your arguments, correct?
I think that's a fair statement to make.
You lost the case.
Yes.
And that was by that was by unanimous decision, correct?
Yes, that is correct.
And that decision was written by Justice Pollack.
That's correct.
With regard to the Kila case that challenged the land board's approval of the conservation district use permit, you lost that case as well.
That's correct.
And would it be fair to say that the Hawaii Supreme Court did not accept your arguments in that case?
3 of the justices did not. That's fair to say.
I'm sorry, you're going to have to speak louder.
3 of the justices did not. That's fair to say, yes.
Okay. But that is the opinion of the court, correct?
That is the majority opinion. You're correct.
Now, why is it that you did not include those decisions in your recitation of the cases that you have handled?
If you
in particular, because they involve an observatory.
If you read my statement carefully, I start the sentence by saying, I successfully litigated the following cases that resulted in published appellate decisions. It would not be very accurate for me to list those cases because I did not successfully litigate those 2. So the cases I have listed here are the ones which I have successfully litigated that have appellate decisions.
Okay. Thank you for that clarification. Now I understand your testimony. So you have not included any of the cases in which you lost. Is that a fair statement?
Those are the only 2 appellate decisions that I can think of, published appellate decisions that I can think of that I've lost. I have also not listed cases which settled, for example, the case I had against you regarding the development of PUEO. I have not listed those cases where we prevailed in the circuit court. I have not listed cases that I did not prevail in circuit court for which there was no appeal, though I can't think of any of those.
Okay. Anyway, I thank you for that clarification. Now, you didn't cite any of the holdings or even refer to any of the holdings in the Pua case involving the ATSD Observatory, did you?
I did not. That case did not involve the public trust doctrine, and so there was no need for me to mention it.
It did involve a conservation district use permit, however.
It did.
Okay.
One of the cases did, yeah.
Now you, on page, it's not numbered, but it's the last page of your testimony, referred to an article written for the John Marshall Law Review, written by Professor Callies. Is that correct?
Yes.
And you note that he stated in the article that virtually no structural development is permitted in the conservation district. Correct? You note that part of the article.
That's what he wrote.
Okay. Did you read the entire article?
I did, but it's been a couple weeks. Well, it's been a little bit more than a couple weeks now.
Okay. Later in the article, did Professor Callies describe the resource subzone of the conservation district and elaborate that permitted uses include astronomy facilities, commercial fisheries, commercial forestry, artificial reefs, mining, and single-family homes, in addition to the uses permitted in the protective and limited subzones?
I don't recall that.
You recall that the Keahi Court on the ATST Conservation District Use Permit noted that astronomy facilities in the resource subzone are an allowable use?
More particularly, I think what the court said was that the board has discretion, given the facts of the case, to decide whether a particular astronomy project satisfies the 8 criteria in the law, in the rules.
Did the court say in its opinion, HAR section 13.524, list astronomy facilities under an approved management plan as one of the allowable uses under a resource subzone?
If you're asking me if that is a precise quote from the opinion, I cannot give you an accurate answer without having the opinion in front of me.
Sure, I will provide you with a copy of the opinion.
Thank you.
So this is the majority opinion. And if you could go to page 59. Do you have it before you?
I do.
Okay. Look at the last paragraph on that page. Third sentence.
Would you like me to read that third sentence?
I'll read it to you. HAR section 13.524 lists astronomy facilities under an approved management plan as one of the allowable uses under a resource subzone. Did I read that correctly?
You read that correctly, but you also need to look at the next paragraph.
I was asking you about that particular statement by the court.
Sure, that one sentence is there.
Okay. Thank you, Judge. That's all I had.
Redirect exam.
Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Frankel, since you have that decision in front of you that Mr. Ng just asked you a question about, did you want to put that answer in the proper context?
Sure. I think that what's important to note is the Hawaii Supreme Court has given the board, well, there's a couple things to note. One is the court, it's not every case that comes out where the court says this decision is tied to the specific facts of this case. It happens, it doesn't happen rarely, but it doesn't happen in every case. The court went out of its way to note that its decision was tied to the specific facts of this case. Secondly, what the court did was basically the Board of Land Natural Resources has broad discretion in interpreting and applying its rules. And so it is within this board's discretion to deny a conservation district use permit if the board determines in its discretion that a particular project does not satisfy the 8 criteria, even if it is an allowed use. Years ago, when I believe Doug Ng was on the Board of Land Natural Resources, back then, the rules were written in a different manner, and so every permit was approved with conditions. When the rules were changed in approximately 1992, it was right when Waihe'e left being governor, the rules were changed to give the board the clear ability to deny conservation district use permits. They didn't just have to grant them with conditions. And so that was, anyway.
Okay, thank you. Earlier on cross-examination questions, you were asked about NHLC representation of some of the people in this room, including Mr. Kalani Flores. Do you recall those questions?
Yes.
Isn't it a fair statement to say, though, that NHLC's representation of Mr. Kalani Flores in the sublease issue, you were not part of that? You were not assigned that case?
I was not assigned that case.
Okay, so you did not have conversations or work with Mr. Kalani Flores with respect to that case?
I think I shook his hand maybe twice when he came to meetings, because I saw him in the office, but I don't think we had any discussions, no.
Okay, thank you. Actually, the only other question is whether you would have any other comment with respect to the Kila questions that Mr. Ng had asked you about.
No, fine, thanks.
Thank you very much, Your Honor. That concludes my rebuttal, and I think that concludes Mr. Frankel's rebuttal testimony.
All right, thank you. Mr. Frankel, thank you very much for appearing today. I know you have a big trip planned today, and we appreciate your taking us time out to do this. So you're excused. Thank you. All right. Mr. Kaiama?
Yes, Your Honor. At this time, we would recall Ms. Candace Fujikane. I don't know how much time has passed, Your Honor, whether there's been an hour or so, but if we might take a quick break.
Yeah, why don't we take a 10-minute break, and then Dr. Fujikane can resume the witness stand.
Thank you, Your Honor.
In 1994, Naleo o Hawaii was created to establish a solid foundation for public access television for the island of Hawaii. Its ongoing mission to boldly go where no media access station has gone before, to provide our island with relevant and important programs highlighting the diversity and the beauty of our communities, to educate our keiki and teach them how to communicate and tell their important stories using our media equipment, and to bring government meetings to our channel to provide ultimate transparency. This is our story. This is our journey. Relevant branding, state-of-the-art equipment and facilities, rural media exchange centers for students, and proud sponsorship of Olelo Youth Exchange. Relevant NLTV productions for public, education, and government sectors. The First Peg online training program in Hawaii. A way for producers to practice free speech and passion. Community access television, the final frontier. These are the continuing missions of Naleo TV, its ongoing vision to promote Hawaii Island communities and citizens, to seek out innovative and creative ways to share news stories, to boldly go where few access media centers have dared to venture. We are Naleo TV, Hawaii Island's community television station. See it, hear it, and be inspired. Naleo TV. Now in times of local Big Island emergencies, tune into Emergency Broadcast Channel on Naleo TV. NLTV provides Hawaii County Civil Defense officials access to our government channel, Cable Channel 55. This allows county government and civil authorities in the event of an emergency to go live on both cable channels 55 and on our website at naleo.tv. In the event of a serious emergency, County Civil Defense will preempt programming on Channel 55 to air important emergency updates. Now in times of emergencies, don't just tune into radio, tune into the Emergency Broadcast Channel, Channel 55, or visit us at naleo.tv.
Naleo TV strives to bring you relevant programming. NLTV highlights important community events. NLTV brings you relevant political programming. We introduce notable and community-minded individuals. NLTV sheds light on important issues. NLTV provides rich cultural programs. We introduce you to nonprofits in your community. NLTV provides a platform for freedom of speech by producing Hawaii Island Speaks Out and by giving island residents the ability to become certified producers to create their own programs for playback on our channels. Naleo TV is here for you. See it, hear it, and be inspired. Naleo TV.
You're watching Naleo TV. You're watching Naleo TV.
Contested case hearing for the 30-meter telescope project. A proceeding for the State of Hawaii, BLNR, Board of Land and Natural Resources.
Okay, everyone, let's get started, please. Dr. Fujikane, thank you very much for returning and for the inconvenience that we've had to ask you to wait a couple of days. I'm going to remind you that the oath you took on the 9th continues to apply to you as you testify here in this hearing. So therefore, you have affirmed that you will testify truthfully. Do you agree?
Yes.
All right. Thank you very much. And I apologize about the microphones. You know, we've had some trouble with them, but you need to speak really into the microphone so that you can hear yourself echo in the room.
All right.
All right. Good. Thank you. I'm sorry, Mr. Ng.
Sorry for interrupting. The copy of the decision that I provided to
Mr. Frankel.
Mr. Frankel, I'd like to have marked as our exhibit, since it was used by the witness, C40.
Is that 40 is next in order? Is 40 next in order for you folks?
It is the next in order.
All right. And you just give that to Alex here, and we can make sure
I
it
will,
gets
and we'll make
uploaded.
copies available to everyone.
Fantastic. Thank you. Mr. Kaiama?
Yes, Mr. Ng did inform me, and I'm fine with his representations and his request. I'm just lodging an objection for the record.
For objection to what?
To the uploading of the exhibit on rebuttal testimony for Mr. Frankel.
All right.
Thank you.
Thanks. Your objection's noted. So I think we are going to continue the cross-examination. Oh, Mr. Freitas, you have something to say?
I have questions, but
Yeah.
I don't want to cut in line.
Okay, because Ms. Kihoy is next. Ms. Kihoy?
Aloha. Aloha. Oh, can you hear me? Is it okay?
Yes.
Aloha, Ms. Fujikane. I don't have a lot of questions today either, but I would like to thank you for all of the research that you've done with our Hawaiian mo'olelo and mo'oaina.
Thank you.
So hopefully I can learn from you one day. I think the mic is kind of, can you hear me?
Yeah, I
Sorry,
can.
yeah.
Yes, we hear you
Yeah,
good.
okay. So looking at with your background and research in mo'olelo, do you believe, or would you say that the Hawaiian people and the land are one?
Yes, I would say that. That is perhaps one of the most important, even louder, okay. It's one of the most important values in the mo'olelo is the relationship between the people and the land as a kupuna. They're having a genealogical connection to land, and that's what distinguishes Kanakawiwi from other people in Hawaii.
Thank you. And when we review the mo'olelo, does it help us understand how to heal the land?
Yes. Particularly say in the stories of Pele and Hi'iaka. Hi'iaka is a healer of the land, and we learned from her practices, the things that we need to do, what is proper, what is not proper. So the mo'olelo teaches these kinds of lessons about how to malama'aina. And in other mo'olelo as well, like the mo'olelo of Kamapua'a, there are lessons there as well.
Would you say that when we destroy the land, do we also destroy ourselves?
Yes. So for Kalihi Valley Comprehensive Health Center has a saying that the health of the land or the health of the people is dependent upon the health of the land. So a major part of their treatment involves teaching people how to work on the land, how to work in their gardens, and they include people of all different ethnic backgrounds. They grow both indigenous plants as well as plants that are familiar to their clients, which are primarily Micronesian peoples and Filipinos in Kalihi.
Okay. And so you would also agree then that when we heal the land, that we to heal ourselves.
Yes, and I also know that.
Excuse me.
Yes.
It would be better if you answer the question.
Okay. Yes.
Thank you.
Okay. Can you expand on that a little? And what
Yes.
ways, for an example, what ways we're...
So, for example, at the Ka'ala Learning Center in Waianae, working on the land is a part of treatment for people who are survivors of substance abuse problems, other health problems, and at Makua, people who are who are not well go there to be healed, and it's a holistic kind of process by which the stories create communities of people that are important in the process of healing.
And throughout your the mo'olelo that you've studied and researched on MaunaKea, would you say that MaunaKea is a place of healing?
Yes.
Okay. Are there any mo'olelo that you're familiar with that would describe that setting? Is there any mo'olelo that are you familiar with
that involve healing?
That involve healing in MaunaKea?
I think about the story of Queen Emma going up to Vaiau and going back to the Pico, immersing herself in the waters there to gain knowledge, to heal herself. I'm not sure, but I think this was after the death of her husband and her child. So it was important for her to be there, and many Hawaiians look to her for inspiration going back to the pole. So she's contrasted with Kalakaua. Kalakaua traveled around the world. Noel Peralta talks about this in his research. And Queen Emma returned to the Pico to heal herself. So I would say that that is one mo'olelo about healing and MaunaKea.
Would you believe, or would you say that many Native Hawaiians today return to MaunaKea to find healing as well?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you, Mrs. Fujikane. I have no further questions.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Kihoi. Mr. Ash.
I'm being asked to speak louder, so.
Oh, who's it?
In the back, in the gallery, I think they cannot hear, so I'm sorry. I will try.
Yeah, we're trying to amplify the mics, and then we get feedback. Anyway, yeah, thank you for speaking loudly into the microphone. Mr. Ashida?
Thank you, Your Honor. May I begin?
Yes.
Good morning, ma'am.
Aloha, Mr. Ashida.
You've testified, or you just recently testified in response to some questions, that it's your belief that when the land and the land and the Hawaiian people are united and are one. Is that correct?
Yes.
And as I understand your testimony, you indicated that as the land thrives, so do the people thrive.
Yes.
Would that be an accurate recount?
Yes.
And you said that this had to do with Native Hawaiian people. Is that correct?
Not exclusively.
Okay.
I believe that non-Hawaiians also benefit from going to MaunaKea as a sacred place.
And with respect to these people, and many of whom are Native Hawaiian, do you accept and agree that there are Native Hawaiians who support the development of the TMT project?
Yes.
And when you talk about the land thriving, would you agree that part of, or a way that the land can thrive is through the development of educational opportunities for children?
No.
Okay. And you would also similarly disagree that part of the way that a land can be developed to thrive is for the development of, or the introduction of jobs?
I'm concerned with the trauma and injury that's caused by desecration as it's defined by the state of Hawaii.
Okay.
I
understand, and we'll get to desecration in a second. Now, your role in this contested case hearing, as I understand it, well, let me ask this question. You are not a land use expert, is that correct?
No, I am not.
You do not have any degrees in urban planning, land use, anything like that, correct?
It's my understanding that we are not establishing witnesses as experts.
Excuse me. Can you answer his question, please?
I cannot answer his question as it's stated.
Ask the question again. Perhaps you would reconsider.
you do not have any degrees in urban or land use planning, correct?
I do not have a degree.
Okay. And you are not offering yourself as an expert witness in that area, correct? I mean, I think no one is in this contested case hearing, correct?
No one is an expert in this contested case hearing.
And in fact, your, as I understand it, your degree is that you received from Berkeley was, I'm sorry, I don't have it in front of me. Was it in English literature?
Yes.
Yeah. And what you did in this case, as I understand it, is you looked at the CDU-A, you basically corrected it, you graded it.
Yes.
Okay. And let me ask this question. Well, you found some flaws, what you believe to be flaws in that CDU-A, correct?
Yes.
And had it been written more artfully to your satisfaction, would you support the building of the TMT?
No.
Okay. So the bottom line is, whether written artfully or not, based on your personal opinion, you do not support the building of the TMT, end of story, correct?
I would have to elaborate on my no. Can I?
Sure.
Wait, so your answer to his question is no?
I'm
just a minute.
Yeah, I can't.
Excuse me, ma'am. Is your answer to his question no?
I'm asking him to reframe the question because it was so long. I'm not exactly sure what was the actual question.
Okay. I'll break it up for you.
Yes, please.
You basically criticized the way that the CDU-A was written, correct?
Yes.
If it was written to your satisfaction, would you support the TMT project?
You asked me to elaborate.
No, I'm asking you if you would support it if it was written to your satisfaction.
My answer is no, and I would like to elaborate on it,
Ma'am,
but I won't.
There's a process for that.
Okay.
It's called redirect examination. So someone at the end of all of this will be able to ask you
Okay.
questions.
All right.
So please.
Thank you.
Now, ma'am, during today's testimony and your earlier testimony, you've used the term desecration.
Yes.
Okay. Are you an expert in the criminal law?
No.
Okay. Are you familiar with Section 711-1107?
Yes, I am.
Have you researched that particular section?
Yes, I have.
Have you read the legislative history concerning that
No,
section?
I haven't.
Have you read the limited Hawaii case law concerning that section?
No, I haven't.
Okay. Would you agree then that, not being an expert in the area of criminal law, would you accept my representation that desecration, being a criminal statute or a criminal law under Hawaii law, is not a preventive law?
There's a double negative there, so I don't understand your question.
And I should know better doing that to an English teacher, so my bad on that, okay? Now, I guess my question is, the desecration law, Hawaii law, is not intended to prevent. I need to pick my words carefully again because of who I'm asking here.
Thank you.
But generally, criminal laws in Hawaii are what's called reactive. Okay? In other words, an act is committed, the appropriate police or prosecutorial entity applies that law, and then makes a determination whether the law was broken. Would you agree with that?
Do not answer, please. Mr. Kaiama.
Yes, Your Honor. I think Lincoln opened the door for me on that one. It's vague and ambiguous, a compound question. It's a little confusing and perhaps improper foundation for the question.
Mr. Ashida.
You want my offer of proof or to?
I'd like you to respond to the objections.
Okay. Judge, there have been, throughout her earlier testimony earlier in the week as well as today, there's been offering of testimony what amounts to a legal conclusion that desecration has occurred. What I'm intending to do is to demonstrate that is not legally correct, that the criminal laws are reactive, that there are appropriate agencies that make a determination whether such acts have occurred, and to my knowledge, they have not.
And with due respect, perhaps this is not the witness you can do that with,
Understood.
given her background and experiences.
Okay, let me just clean it up understood, Your Honor. Let me just clean it up this way. Just so we are clear, when you use the term desecration, are you using that colloquially, or are you using that based upon your reading of Section 711-1107 of the Hawaii Revised Statutes?
It's based on my reading of the state law.
Okay. And you have admitted earlier that you are not an expert in criminal law, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And what is your understanding of the process that is followed when an act of desecration occurs? When you believe an act of desecration has occurred?
I believe that the 2005 NASA Environmental Impact Statement has already identified desecration as cumulative, adverse, significant, and substantial impact. So if you're talking about it being reactive, I would say it's reactive based on that 2005 EIS.
Well, my question is a little more specific than that, direct than that. To your knowledge, has anyone in the state of Hawaii been prosecuted for any acts of desecration on MaunaKea?
I did not follow through with the case involving the bulldozing of the ahu on MaunaKea, so I'm sorry, I don't know the conclusion of that case.
All right.
But I know that there were charges proposed by OHA.
And were charges ever filed?
That I do not know.
Against the persons who are allegedly responsible?
I do not know.
All right. Thank you. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. Nothing further.
Mr. Sinkin.
Good morning, Candace.
Aloha, Mr. Sinkin.
Oh, Lanny, please.
Can we get the volume on the microphone?
Hello. Is that better?
Yes, I'm going to ask to assist by increasing the volume for that particular mic.
Testing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. There we go.
Great.
I just want to follow up on what you were just talking to Mr. Ashida about. You said that OHA had recommended charges be brought for the destruction of the altar by the bulldozer.
They called for an investigation.
And to whom did they direct that call? Do you know?
I believe it was to Stephanie Nagata at the Office of MaunaKea Management.
And are you aware of any follow-up that Ms. Nagata made to that request?
Not that I am aware of.
Thank you. I actually have no questions for this witness, Your Honor.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Sinkin. Mr. Vicente.
Good morning.
Aloha.
Dwight Vicente. Unless you want me to go back down to the Northwest Ordinance, which it applies to every action and inaction that's been going on, especially in this proceeding, I have no questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Sanderson? Oh, did I miss somebody? Oh, Mr. Freitas, I'm so sorry. Mr. Freitas? Much better, thank you. Okay, here we go.
Aloha, Candace.
Aloha,
Fujikane.
Mr. Freitas.
Aloha. Thank you for your all your endeavors in making sure that Hawaii is kept true and beautiful.
Thank you.
And I congratulate you on all your accomplishments as being a teacher of culture.
Mahalo.
So with that said, I would like to open up by saying, on your WDT, the first paragraph,
Yes.
third sentence, you say you are a professor of cultural studies?
Yes.
Does that include Hawaiian and Hawaiian history?
Yes.
Okay. So with that, it is my understanding that Hawaii and Hawaiian history is not the only culture that you may be teaching?
No, it's not.
Okay. To the best of your knowledge, in Hawaii's history, who is the host culture of Hawaii?
The Kanaka Uizi.
Mahalo. That would be the Native Hawaiian people.
Yes.
Thank you. To the best of your knowledge of MaunaKea, who is the host culture of religious, spiritual practices?
The Hawaiian culture. The Hawaiian culture.
Thank you. Native Hawaiians.
Yes.
Thank you. Have you had an opportunity to experience Native Hawaiian spiritual and religious practices?
Yes.
And have you had a chance to experience those practices on MaunaKea with Native Hawaiians?
Yes.
Thank you. So with that said, do you believe Native Hawaiians need a degree to protect their lands?
No.
Do you believe that Native Hawaiians need a degree to practice religious and spiritual practices?
No.
Do you believe that Native Hawaiians have to ask for a permit to prepare an establishment for prayers, religious, spiritual offerings?
No.
On the second paragraph of your WDT, you state you experienced hiking through Mauna to various points. And I forgot what sentence it was. You described that you had experienced many different areas of Mauna with Uncle Ku, Ching.
Yes.
Was that exciting?
Yes.
You know you're very fortunate because I have never had that experience.
You can come anytime.
I think I better ask Uncle Ku first. But anyway, relating to that experience, I noted in your previous testimony that there were areas that were desecrated.
Yes.
With litter, or what else was it?
I was thinking of the concrete and drill holes on the northern plateau.
Okay.
And the story of the Ahu.
Aye. So, with that said, the drill holes on the northern plateau, by our cross-examination with Mr. TMT Sanders, I believe, Gary Sanders. He was the one in charge of building and designing and pre-construction research, or I don't know what words they would use for that. But anyway, during that research, during his testimony, he explained why those holes were drilled. And they were drilled for geotesting. To your best of your knowledge, in that area of the Northern Plateau of Ka'ohe, would you say that those lands were untouched before the bulldozing went in?
Yes.
Besides the trail that went to the weather
right.
thing. But the knowledge of your experience with Uncle Ku, as you traveled through the area, there were a lot of different cultural sites.
Yes.
Is that correct?
Yes.
And those cultural sites are sites before or after the recorded ice age of Mr. William Bryant, I believe, in 1915, that Cindy Freitas had, has a document of it, of the newspaper back in 1915. Of the what? Pardon? Of Professor Bryant of 1915 that did research upon MaunaKea slopes of glaciers. That was, let's say, not let's say, but that was documented to be existent on the northeastern, across the whole north side, including the area of the TMT development, proposed development. So with that said, do you believe that those lands should even be touched?
No, they should not.
Okay, so knowing that Mr. Bryan's research shows that there was pre-existing glaciers, those areas, are they protected under the historical science area?
I know that they are within the MaunaKea Summit Region Historic District. I don't know what the specific protections are.
Okay, but on the south side of the Mauna,
yes,
as you go up the access road, isn't there a historical glacier identified as a science historical area?
I have gone up on the west side, but I don't know which glacier that is.
Okay. As you go up, there's a sign that actually identifies the area of a historical glacier, ice age, they call it. Yes.
Okay.
But according to Mr. Bryant, his research in 1915, documented, of course, on that plateau was an ice age area too. There is existence according to his research. So with that knowledge, it would be very logical, would you agree, that those shrines or historical findings that are marked out that Uncle Ku might have shared with you throughout that area are areas that should not be even touched?
They should not be touched.
Okay, thank you. When you went with Uncle Ku across that area, at that particular time that you had that experience, did you recognize any ahus that were built on the accessway?
Yes.
And did you recognize the type of stones that were, or were the stones of that ahu different from the area of the land?
Yes.
Did you recognize the ahus that were built by Native Hawaiians
Yes.
Oh, by the way, the first one was built by Native Hawaiians too. And the second one, down below, did you recognize that?
Yeah. Yes.
Thank you. These ahus are establishments for prayers, offerings, and for the hurt of that land. Do you believe that they should be protected?
Yes.
Thank you. No further questions. Mahalo.
Mahalo.
Mr. Sanderson?
We have no questions, Your Honor.
Mr. Ng?
Good afternoon, Douglas Singh, on behalf of the TMT International Observatory.
Aloha, Mr. Ng.
Good morning. So I want to go initially to your written direct testimony on page 2, the first full paragraph. Do you have that before you?
Yes, I do.
And in that paragraph, you are critical of the TMT FEIS.
Yes.
Okay. Do you understand that the TMT final environmental impact statement was accepted by Governor Lingle in May of 2010?
Yes.
You also understand that the period to challenge the findings and conclusions in that environmental impact statement, period of time to challenge it, has long passed as well.
Yes.
So are you attempting here to challenge the language and conclusions of the TMT FEIS?
No.
You, in that same paragraph, you quote a statement from the NASA FEIS for the Outrigger project, correct?
Yes.
So earlier, in response to questions by Mr. Ashida about desecration, you had indicated that the cumulative impact of past desecrations on actions with regard to cultural, archaeological, historic resources is substantial, significant, and adverse. But you used the word desecration. But that word desecration never appeared in that sentence in the NASA EIS. Is that correct?
Yes.
So that was your interpretation.
Can I elaborate or no?
No.
Okay.
Was that your interpretation?
Yes.
Now, if you could go to page 4, the first full paragraph. In this paragraph, you discuss view planes that you observed on your huaka'i across.
I'm sorry, what? What did I observe?
You talked about view planes.
Oh, view planes. Okay, yes.
Is that correct?
Yes, view
that you
planes.
experienced on huaka'i across MaunaKea Summit.
Yes.
Okay. When you were on the Northern Plateau, so when was the last time you went on a huaka'i across the summit?
The last time was at the site visit in September.
Okay. And previous to that? When was the last time?
That was the only time that I was able to go. The other people in the group have gone more frequently.
So when you were there on the Northern Plateau, did you happen to look at the summit ridge?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Is that one of the view planes that you look at?
Yes.
So it's part of the view planes.
Yes.
Okay. And when you looked at the summit ridge, did you see the observatories that were there?
Yes.
Now, with regard to view planes in your studies of Hawaiian history and culture, have view planes ever been recognized as customarily and traditionally exercised rights for religious purposes by any Hawaii court?
I can't answer the question in the way that it's asked.
Okay. Do you know of any Hawaii court decision that recognized view planes as customarily and traditionally exercised rights for religious purposes?
Not a court case.
Do you believe that your rights to look at Haleakala from the northern plateau of MaunaKea are absolute?
Can you define absolute?
Yes, let's define it in the sense that you responded to in questions from Mr. Freitas. You stated that the northern plateau should not be touched because of the significance of the area and the shrines.
Yes.
And by that you mean no development should occur.
That's an arbitrary question. It depends on the project.
Okay, so
there are cultural projects. Ahu, the building of Ahu, is also considered a construction project.
okay. Other than Ahu or traditional Hawaiian structures, whether they're for offerings or whatever, is it your position that nothing should be built on the northern plateau other than traditional Hawaiian structures?
You're meaning man-made structures?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. And the reason for that is because of the sacredness of the area?
Yes.
Okay. So are you asking the hearing officer to require that the northern plateau, including the area where the TMT is proposed to be built, be left as it currently is, except for traditional Hawaiian man-made structures?
This contested case hearing is about the TMT, so my response would be only with regards to the TMT at this time.
Okay. And the reason for that is because the area is sacred?
Yes.
And it should be left for religious and spiritual practices. Is that correct?
I wouldn't be able to determine unless there were specific projects being proposed.
Okay. Is it your position that all lands in the MaunaKea Summit Region Historic District are sacred?
Yes.
Is it your position that because they are sacred, the TMT project should not be built there?
I can't answer the question in the way that it's phrased.
Okay, fine. Is there something you do not understand about the question?
I think you're asking about the preservation of the area in an abstract way, and I'm speaking with specific regard to the case at hand, which is the TMT case, the project. I cannot speak for other development projects at this time, but according to the NASA EIS, it's overbuilt, so that would suggest that further man-made structures that are not for cultural, Hawaiian cultural or religious purposes would be problematic.
You understand that the NASA EIS was a federal EIS?
Yes.
Do you understand that the requirements for a federal EIS are different from the requirements from a state of Hawaii EIS in accordance with the Hawaii Environmental Policy Act?
I can't answer that question.
Ma'am, do you not understand the question?
The point is that the
No,
wording...
do you not understand the question?
Yeah, I don't actually understand.
What is it you don't understand? It's a pretty straightforward question.
The wording in the documents are the same.
That wasn't his question.
It was not
Can
the
you
question.
can you rephrase the question again?
Do you understand that there are differences between a federal environmental impact statement and the preparation of that statement from the preparation and requirements for a state environmental impact statement?
I don't know.
So when did you complete your testimony?
I'm sorry?
When did you complete your testimony? I'm referring to your written direct testimony that you have copies of.
I submitted it before the deadline. It was in the original exhibits that were submitted by Kahea, the B exhibits.
Okay, so that was sometime in October?
Yes. I think it was October, a while ago.
So up at the top of page 1 of your written direct testimony, it says October 9, 2016.
Yes. Oh, yes. Hello, yes. It's there.
You were giving me a reading test on...
I forgot that I wrote the date on my testimony, so I couldn't recall offhand what the date was.
Okay. Did you happen to read the Kilakila o Haleakala case regarding the ATST telescope on the top of Haleakala?
No, I did not.
Were you aware that it came out on October 6th?
I was so busy working on this, I did not have time to read it.
Thank you. Okay. Have you read it since that time?
No, I have not.
Would it be fair to say then that your written direct testimony is uninformed by the Kilakila o Haleakala decision on the ATST observatory?
You could say that.
Oh, Your Honor, I was going to just argumentative. I thought you saw me stand up, so.
Oh, I'm sorry, I did not, and the answer's been given.
Sorry.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Mr. Kaiama, redirect.
Thank you, Your Honor. Aloha, Candace. I know we've spoken, and on the redirect, you've spoken much about Hawaiian traditional practices, cultural practices, and your experiences on MaunaKea, correct?
Yes.
But it's also true that in your profession as an English professor, you have dealt with many other issues not related
to Hawaiian issues, is that correct?
Yes.
Asian issues?
Yes.
Issues concerning women?
Yes.
So your concerns for people is pretty inclusive, is that right?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. It's also fair, Candace, that you were not paid to provide testimony, is that correct?
No,
For
I
today?
was not.
Yes, and you bore the expense of attending these hearings both Monday and today at your own expense.
Yes, I did.
Thank you very much. Just a couple of questions. Early on, cross-examination by Mr. Lincoln Ashida, he asked you if the written requirements of the CDUA had satisfied you, whether you would still disapprove of it, and you wanted to expand on your question, and he would not allow you. So let me give you the opportunity to expand on your answer to that question if you wish.
So the word that he used was artfully, and the root word is art, which is also artifice, which suggests a kind of artifice meaning a disguise, and that's what my point about the EIS and the CDUA was. My point was that they were written to disguise a substantial adverse and significant impact. So in a sense, the more artful it is, the less I would trust it, the less I would believe in the assertions in it. So it's not about how well it was written. The question is, how honestly was it written? How honestly were the facts presented, or were certain facts withheld to present a different picture?
Oh, thank you for that explanation. In your personal experiences on the Mauna, and I believe you answered this question, but you are aware of, let me ask it. Are you aware of destruction of ahu?
Yes, I am.
Yes, including the Kealoha family ahu, is that correct?
Yes, I am.
Okay. And you included in your exhibits in your direct examination the statute of desecration.
Yes.
Okay. And your understanding and your knowledge of the desecration law is based on your plain reading of that language. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And in your plain reading of that language, Ms. Fujikane, the observations that you made concerning the desecration of those ahu, the destruction of those ahu, would you, in your opinion, would you consider that desecration?
Yes, I would.
Thank you. On Mr. Ng's cross-examination questions, he asked you about the NASA EIS making no mention of the word desecration. And you were not allowed to elaborate on that. Would you wish to elaborate on your answer to that question?
Yes. So what I was trying to get at is that I'm not questioning, I mean, other people may question the validity of the EIS, but I'm questioning the fact that the CDUA makes assertion based on information in the FEIS that is problematic. I do uphold the EIS's assertion that cumulative impact on MaunaKea has been adverse, significant, and substantial. So for that reason, I do believe the EIS is making an important claim. The CDUA is trying to minimize that claim, and yet bases many of its own arguments on other parts of the EIS.
And you are aware that the conclusion by the NASA EIS concerning cumulative and substantial impacts are also included in the CDUA that's been submitted in these contested case proceedings?
Yes, that document is referenced.
Thank you very much. Mr. Ng asked you about view planes?
Yes.
And asked if there had been any recognition by courts
Yes.
in Hawaii. Let me ask you from this perspective. Have view planes been recognized in the mo'olelo of Hawaii? In the mo'olelo that you are aware of?
Yes. The mo'olelo the view planes are recognized in the mo'olelo, and for that reason, I'm thinking of city and county ordinances in Honolulu that have view planes as an important aspect of preserving the natural beauty. So view planes are recognized in the CDUA application itself when it asks whether a development project will preserve open space and natural beauty. That to me is a recognition of the importance of view planes. And it's also, again, reinforced in other kinds of city ordinances where you need height variance applications when you build a building beyond a certain height. So for that, you know, we're taught, I'm taught by many of the people concerned about these things that tall buildings obstruct view planes. So the view planes in the Mo'olelo are very important because there are recognized view planes from MaunaKea all the way to Kauai, where there's an ahu, the ahu o Puliahu on Kauai. And I have heard that on a clear day, and this is in the cultural impact assessment of the TMT, you can see Kauai from, or I think you can see Kauai from MaunaKea. But why do you have an ahu on Kauai named Ahu o Puliahu unless there's a view plane and a connection between those two sacred points?
Thank you very much, Candace. It's been a pleasure. Mahalo nui.
Mahalo.
You're excused. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Ms. Ward, are you prepared to recall your witness?
Thank you for that reminder. My name's Deborah Ward. I'm going to offer Laulani Teal to return for further cross-examination and redirect. Mahalo.
All right.
She's approaching the table now.
Yes. Good morning, Ms. Teal.
Good morning.
Thank you for returning from your testimony yesterday. We're going to continue with cross-examination. I remind you that the oath you took earlier to tell the truth still applies. Do you agree?
Yes, I agree.
All right, thank you. I believe Mr. Sinkin is next.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Earlier today, during a discussion that was not directly relevant to testifying, the statement was made by someone that they were the only person in the room, or there was no person in the room who was really knowledgeable about Ho'oponopono. I just want to kind of correct the record. If I'm correct, you have been trained in Ho'oponopono and are a practitioner. Is that correct?
Yes.
In your pre-filed testimony on page 6, you recount a visit to MaunaKea that you made with Liko Martin. You see that paragraph?
Yes.
In your pre-filed testimony, you state that Mr. Martin, quote, immediately identified a traditional observation platform within the proposed footprint. You see that in your testimony?
Yes.
When you use the term proposed footprint, are you referring to the 5-acre footprint of the TMT?
Yes, it was very much in the center of that, in the middle of that.
In the middle of the 5 acres where the TMT is going to be built?
where it is proposed.
Proposed to be built.
Yes, yes.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, well, it's definitely within the area that would be destroyed, let's put it that way.
Thank you. What did Mr. Martin see that alerted him to the presence of a traditional observation platform?
What he showed us were a number of things. As I recall, and I may not get this perfectly, but as I recall, it had to do, first of all, with the way that the ground led up to that area. And then it was a plateau, a small plateau, partly natural and partly very possibly constructed. He felt that based on his long cultural knowledge of ancient stonework, that some of those stones were in fact placed there long ago. And he showed us different things such as the way that stones are worked into a platform such as that, also the lichen patterns on the stones that kind of showed that they were, whenever they came there a long time ago and they got there somehow, you know. And he showed us a number of things. It basically was level at the top area of that platform, and was large enough for a person or a small group to do things such as you know, observe, to have a small place that one could stay overnight, one could lay down, and he did demonstrate that by laying on top of it as it was in multiple positions, which is necessary for the observation of stars traditionally, as I understand it, as he taught us, and as others have, you know, as Kamaka and others have, with star knowledge, have taught me, you know, that you don't just sit and look at the stars or stand and look at the stars. You have to be able to lie down, sometimes go upside down, you know, and be in all kinds of different positions. So that platform in the TMT site was an ideal kind of structure to be able to perform those types of observation, you know, maneuvers.
Thank you. Now the land we're talking about, the Area E, the location of TMT, has been extensively surveyed by archaeologists and others. We've heard a lot of testimony here about that, who were specifically looking for evidence of traditional activities, and almost unanimously found none in that area. To your knowledge, did any of those surveys ever identify the traditional observation platform that Mr. Martin identified immediately upon arrival?
To my knowledge, to be really honest, I haven't read everything. However, what I can say is that part of my own work as a cultural practitioner has to do with the caretakership of sacred sites, specifically the Haleopapa in Halava Valley on Oahu is one that I've worked with since before the building of the H3 freeway. And that is a classic example of one in which I had personal experience with sites that were very, very clearly sacred sites, you know, with structures and everything that were not recognized by archaeologists, that were not seen as what they were, and for whatever reason were discounted in the literature. So I can say that based on my knowledge, and because I was involved in the attempt to protect these areas, I did look at and find in the research that there are many, and based on my experience, there are many such instances. So I can say that it is very common for sites to be missed. Very, very common. And it certainly does happen all the time, and I can personally attest to that.
Okay, so, and in terms of this actual observation site, you're not aware of any account of that in any of the survey? I know you said you haven't read all of the surveys, but you're not aware of an account in any of the surveys you have read?
I'm not aware of any, yeah.
Thank you. You testify that the construction of the TMT telescope would destroy the traditional observation platform used by traditional astronomers. Is that correct?
Yes, yes, it absolutely would.
Thank you. In your testimony, you state that the traditional observation platform is aligned with the Ring of Shrines. My first question is, can you elaborate on what you refer to as the Ring of Shrines?
I can give you what I was taught and what I understand of that area. And what I know of that area is that at different altitudes, there are different levels of practice that exist at those particular altitudes, and while the location from east to west, north to south, those directions, they also have significance and importance. And that is kind of like one side of sort of like the great grid of things, and then the altitude is another. And so the Ring of Shrines, for me, represents, and based on what I was taught, represents the level at which one would conduct sacred practices and knowledge-based cultural practices that pertain specifically to those things that would be done in that area. And that particular area is one at which the altitude is very high, but it's not the absolute summit, because at the absolute summit, you're sort of limited in what you would practice there. That's a...
Let me bring you down to the area where you would practice.
So the Ring of Shrines represents the latitude at which you would be able to move around and conduct observation and conduct certain cultural practices in a way that would allow for movement and allow for doing, but at the same time is also very sacred and very high.
Right.
So that's what the Ring of Shrines really represents. It's almost like a lei. It's a type of lei around the mountain representing this level of that highest practice. The highest level at which you would practice that.
And the traditional observatory that was found there is aligned with that ring.
It is like a flower in that lei.
Okay, thank you. And to your knowledge, do any of the official publications associated with the TMT, such as the Final Environmental Impact Statement or archaeological studies or the comprehensive management plan. Do any of those mention the Ring of Shrines? Have you seen them mentioned anywhere?
I'm not sure how well I can answer that question because I feel like it's there, but I wouldn't be able to identify the document or what,
Okay.
where I've.
That's fair enough.
Yeah, sorry.
That's all right. In your testimony, you stated that Mr. Martin demonstrated the use of this platform for those who were present. By that, do you mean he showed the positions in which someone would lie to observe the stars? Is that what you're referring to, was how he demonstrated the use of the platform?
Yes, that's part of it. And also, excuse me for just a moment, I need to drink some water.
Please.
It was more than that. It was also a demonstration of the connection and the actual aloha aina when he got there. So as he approached the area, his love for the stones themselves was very visible, and his reverence for the area was extremely present, and his connection immediately to that area, even though in this lifetime, I presume that he had never been to that place before, but his connection to it was nonetheless obvious. And that was demonstrated as well as the various positions that he took in in going, you know, in standing, sitting, laying down on the stones. And one of the things that I recall from that visit was that we had walked in. We were made to walk. You know, he was, as a kupuna, was made to walk in that day. And he was tired by the time we got there. And when he approached the area, after he had given his aloha to the stones, after he had talked about it a little bit and, you know, done his own protocols, he laid down, demonstrating, you know, the position that someone would take, and also demonstrating how, if one were to come up to that site from below, you know, as a traditional astronomer would on foot, you know, and would be very tired by the time reaching a site like that, how it becomes an instant puhonua, a place of refuge, you know, and he demonstrated that in his visible exhaustion and relief and love as he was connected to the stones.
I would ask that Mr. Sinkin direct another question to the witness, please. Would you direct another question to the witness?
Yes.
Thank you.
Since you offered your testimony in this proceeding and it was distributed to all the parties, has anyone from the astronomy community approached you to lead them to the site of the traditional observation platform or otherwise asked you for information about it?
No.
In terms of Mr. Martin bonding with the observation site and him being a practitioner of the hakumele, can you tell me how he would be particularly affected by this site?
Hakumele are very deeply, deeply affected by, you know, in the heart and in the spirit, by whatever happens to the people in the land around them. And that's how these mele are produced. It's not just a matter of, oh, that's cute, let's make that rhyme. I mean, that can happen sometimes, but really, to be a true hakumele, you absorb what's going on around you, including the pain, including the threats of destruction, and, you know, that is internalized and that is put forward. So when you see a place, when you connect with a place, and that place is scheduled for possible demolition, you know, a place that was loved and a place that has great meaning, and it's scheduled for total demolition, it breaks part of your spirit, it breaks your heart. And as a hakumele, I feel that he would be very devastated should that be destroyed.
Thank you. So along that same line of the impacts, if laws are in place, such as laws prohibiting desecration, that are not enforced, is that a source of trauma, the lack of enforcement?
Well, it's absolutely a source of trauma that there is no protection for sacred places, period. And it's particularly a source of trauma that there is often seen as lip service. There are often words used that are seen as good lip service to that protection, you know, and there are offices that are supposed to be dedicated to protecting these places, and it doesn't happen.
Yes.
And so, yes, that's absolutely traumatic.
Thank you.
When one experiences abuse, and not only does one experience the trauma of the abuse, but then that abuse is covered up and the abuser is made to look good, it's worse.
Yes,
that's well documented in the literature.
So one final question here. The impact of this proceeding on Hawaiian, is this proceeding a source of trauma itself?
Yes, I would say that this has a lot of effect, that this proceeding and the fact that people are required to go through this kind of proceeding, not just this one, but one after another, after another, after another, certainly is a source of trauma, chronic stress, and many, many other health impacts.
Thank you very much. That concludes my cross. Thank you very much.
Mr. Vicente?
Dwight Vicente. Good morning.
Good morning.
You spoke about the fiduciary or the protection on paper that is not afforded in reality. Is it because the state of Hawaii did not exist back in 1778? So they don't understand the culture?
If I understand your question correctly, are you saying that because the state of Hawaii has not existed for a long time, it does not understand culture, and therefore you're asking whether that's the reason that there isn't this enforcement of protection?
Pretty much.
Okay. Sorry, I just wanted to make sure I understood the question. I would agree that it is certainly true that the state of Hawaii, certainly as a colonial government, and it is well proven to be legally a colonial government or an occupying government, that it certainly does not have the full ability to understand those things that it is occupying or colonizing, and so it, of course, it cannot have the ability to protect those things that it does not fully understand, and may not value in the same way as those who were originally connected to those things.
Is it because the state of Hawaii consists of, well, let me put it to you this way. The public they speak of consists of foreign nationals with foreign cultures that oppose the Native Hawaiian tradition and culture.
That is what a colonial system is. That's basically the definition under international standards under the United Nations of a colonial system, and can be of an occupying system, and it could be certainly a reason.
Do you know what year the state constitution was written?
Yeah. Yes, Ms. Ward. So outside the scope of the written direct, Mr. Vicente?
Well, she mentioned a number of times about colonization. I think it's all based on the Northwest Ordinance of 1787 applied to this kingdom as far back as 1820 when President Monroe sent his envoy over without treaty, just sent them over to brainwash with the missionary families. He was on a mission to colonize Asia. And in order for him to do that, he needed these islands as a stepping stone. So you can look at the history, it goes back to 1820. But as far as for the Northwest Ordinance, it's you can go back to the Revolutionary War with that, but the Northwest Ordinance was written in 1787. But it was still applied because if you look at the Steinbeck's first message in the 1950 Constitutional Convention, he cites the Northwest Ordinance as a means by which they did the deeds.
It does sound like we're sort of talking apples and oranges here. I know the witness answered your question, but she seemed to be talking about something different than what you asked. So I think it is beyond the scope of the written direct testimony and certainly the cross that has occurred so far. But if you'd like to ask another question that's within the scope, you're free to do so.
I think it's past my nap time. I think I'll give it a break. I'll end it with that. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Vicente. Mr. Freitas?
Aloha. Laulani.
Aloha.
My understanding, is he? Okay, ready?
Yeah.
So, yesterday I heard some of your testimony on warrior, what was it?
Health?
Yes, warrior health. Part of the health of a warrior when, well, first of all, let me bring this to let me see. During the time of the stand against TMT's efforts to proceed with their project, would you call the people hostile? The people that stood in the way of the TMT.
Okay, when there was a physical standoff, you're talking about.
Were they hostile?
I was not there, however, from what I saw, they were not hostile.
Okay, thank you.
No, absolutely not.
Okay.
I did review a lot of the video and.
Oh, okay, thank you. So you saw a lot of spiritual reverence as they stood.
Yes.
As you video or viewed whatever you saw. Was that social media?
Yes, yes. And I also know many of those people as practitioners. And I know that they are in spiritual reverence in a place like that, in a situation like that.
Are there laws, do you have knowledge of any constitutions of the state or constitutions of the United States that protect people for religious rights?
There are. I'm not a lawyer.
Okay.
There certainly are protections in place in, at all legal levels for religious practices.
Okay. Do you know the Constitution, State Constitution Law, Article 12, Section 7?
Yes.
That protects cultural religious practices of Native Hawaiians?
Yes.
Okay. So while those people that you saw in the video, would you agree that those people stood in reverence, in spiritual and religious ways to protect something they believe is valuable to their existence?
Yes.
Thank you. Now, when on your huakai, your excursion up to MaunaKea, to the proposed TMT site, as Uncle Martin, as he experienced what he experienced, do you agree that that was a very religious and spiritual encounter?
I would agree. I can't speak for him, but from what I experienced there, I would say that yes, it certainly was a deep spiritual experience.
Thank you. And you earlier on said that you folks proceeded up to MaunaKea during the same time as the hearings officer's site visit, was it?
Yes.
The same day? Okay.
Yes.
But you went on your own excursion?
We were not part of the site visit, so we went at the same time as the site visit, but we did not, we weren't on the site visit.
Thank you. Did you experience seeing an establishment for prayers and offerings such as an ahu on the access road?
There is an ahu. There are two ahu, as I recall.
Okay, on the proposed access site.
I
proposed
believe so.
TMT.
To be really honest, I don't know where all of the boundaries. I know where some of them are. I don't know where everything is, and I know things that would definitely be destroyed. I don't know outside of that. There are areas I'm not absolutely clear on, and so I wouldn't be able to say whether those things are inside or outside of that.
I understand. Okay, but As you viewed these particular areas, establishments for, did you notice any offerings on them, on top of the ahus that were viewed by you?
Yes, I should say that we were not the first to get there. We were the first to arrive in the area, but as we were walking in, and you know, I was walking with a kupuna, so it took us a while. And by the time we got there, others had gone before us. So there were offerings that were there. Yes, I cannot say whether they were, how long they had been there.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you. Just by chance, you viewed a lot of the situations that stand. Did you have a chance to view any of the June 24th when the TMT proceeded to come up on the Mauna where there was like 700 people there? It was pretty much like the last stand.
I did see a lot of video, and I spoke to a lot of people, so I did hear a lot of firsthand accounts.
Okay. And during that viewing, did you recognize people crying?
Yes.
Did you recognize people down on their knees getting arrested?
Yes. I can't remember the exact positions, but there were definitely people down on the ground getting arrested.
Did you recognize people being shoved by the officers?
I saw people being manhandled, roughly. Without being able to review it, I wouldn't be able to say definitively that I saw on that day shoving. I'd have to look back. I can't remember. I definitely did see shoving in one of the videos. I can't say that I'm positive it was that day.
Okay. I wanted to ask, did you see a lot of emotional, psychological, most emotional hurt put upon the people that stood in reverence on that particular day, June 24th, 2015?
I saw definite evidence of very serious emotional hurt.
Thank you very much. Okay, I have no further questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Aloha nui ka.
Aloha.
Mr. Sanderson?
We have no questions, Your Honor.
Thank you. Mr. Ng?
No questions of this witness.
Thank you. Redirect, Ms. Ward?
I don't have further questions. I just wondered if there was anything else you'd like to elaborate on before we finished.
That would be improper redirect.
I understand. Oh, okay.
So if you don't mind.
Okay.
Because it needs to be limited to the cross.
I see. Okay. I don't have further...
You may have seen Mr. Kaiama, for instance, ask follow-up questions that came up during the cross. That's the purpose of redirect.
Okay. I don't have further questions. Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you, Ms. Ward. Ms. Teal, thank you very much. You're excused.
Thank you.
Mr. Flores?
And it seems I'm assuming we're going to break shortly for lunch, but before we do that, I just wanted to bring up a matter for our next witness, who was listed as Kalani Flores.
I think, well, I'm not real sure because things changed?
Right, and we're not quite sure in it, but I thought, and as things were discussed the previous day into what was tentatively scheduled for today, that Mr. Frankel was going to go first, and then they're going to finish up with Ms. Fujikane, and then we're going to finish up with Ms. Teal, and then following that would be Kalani Flores.
I thought it was Mr. Ching, but I'm not sure because...
Well, so I'm just clarifying if that's your understanding or not as to what's happening for today. And if it is, and so first I actually say, is that the case or not? If, based upon your understanding, who's being proposed to present today and after?
Where's Mr. Kaiama? Mr. Kaiama? Mr. Oh, yes, Mr. Freitas.
I'm sorry. Well, once I'm done, I just missed one of the questions I wanted to ask Ms.
I think we're done.
Okay.
Because what happens is when you're done, then
Yeah.
others follow you.
Oh.
So if you then come back up, we have to go back around. They may have questions after you, including
me.
redirect. So
Also, the
it's a-
redirect didn't happen yet?
It's POW.
Oh, it's foul? Oh, shoots. Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you, Mr. Freitas. So, Mr. Kaiama, we were trying to figure out what's next.
If I may, I'll also let Kalani help address this question, because I think, fortunately, we moved along pretty quick today.
Well, he brought it up, so we're just trying to figure out what your input is.
Right. As I understand it, when I informed the court a few days ago, the next witness up would be Kalani Flores. Right, and she also was listed when we did the filing as the next witness in order. Is that your understanding?
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, but I just saw Mr. Ching.
Mr. Ching and Ms. Case, Pua Case, have been rollovers for the last couple of days to help fill in if we need to. And I think we're moving on at a quick pace today, so we may be reaching those kinds of fill-ins if need be. But let me
Okay.
let Kalani address Kalani.
Sure.
Yes.
So, in the nature of it, so we want, if the other parties concur and the hearing officer and approves as such, we like to, and we're not able to call Kalani Flores up at this time because we thought she was going to come up later this afternoon, and she's in school right now, and we are not able to withdraw her from school because she has a mandatory meeting.
Yeah, of course.
And so what we offer instead is in B. Pualani case on behalf of the Flores case Ohana, and to be offered as a witness after lunch.
Is there any objection? Everyone's shaking their heads. Mr. Sanderson, no? All right, that would be fine.
And then just for the record, she was actually originally scheduled for January 10th, which was yesterday. In our original filing, I shouldn't say original filing, but in our filing, the first amended notice confirming witnesses for January 9th and 10th.
Well, this was my confusion because Mr. Ching was also noticed, and he was noticed before Ms. Case. So
Right.
he was going to be 3 and she was going to be 4.
Right,
So
and-
I was confused.
Yeah,
But
right. And I think at this time, Mr. Ching, and he can speak for himself, but Mr. Ching is not feeling well today, and that's why we're proposing, in order to take the optimal time of and not having nothing happen after lunch, that we're proposing that Ms. Pualani case is prepared to go forward, and if there's no opposition from any of the parties or yourself, we're offering her as a witness after lunch.
it looks like no one has any opposition, and I was not aware that Mr. Ching was not well. So thank you for informing me. As after Ms. Case, will your other witness be ready to go later on this afternoon, or no?
If we get through, and Ms. Case and Kalani Flores would be available later this afternoon.
Okay. About what time can we expect that?
And the earliest she can get here is at 2:20.
That's fine. And so I just want to make sure everybody knows so they can be prepared for the testimony this afternoon.
Okay.
Thank you for that.
And I'd like to thank the other parties and yourself for accommodating this. We're just trying to fill in so there's no empty space for witnesses.
We want to use our
after
time.
lunch. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, everyone, we'll resume at 1 o'clock, please.
In 1994, Naleo o Hawaii was created to establish a solid foundation for public access television for the island of Hawaii. Its ongoing mission to boldly go where no media access station has gone before, to provide our island with relevant and important programs highlighting the diversity and the beauty of our communities, to educate our keiki and teach them how to communicate and tell their important stories using our media equipment, and to bring government meetings to our channel to provide ultimate transparency. This is our story. This is our journey. Relevant branding, state-of-the-art equipment and facilities, rural media exchange centers for students, and proud sponsorship of Olelo Youth Exchange. Relevant NLTV productions for public, education, and government sectors. The First Peg online training program in Hawaii. A way for producers to practice free speech and passion. Community access television, the final frontier. These are the continuing missions of Naleo TV, its ongoing vision to promote Hawaii Island communities and citizens, to seek out innovative and creative ways to share news stories, to boldly go where few access media centers have dared to venture. We are Naleo TV, Hawaii Island's community television station. See it, hear it, and be inspired. Naleo TV. Now in times of local Big Island emergencies, tune into Emergency Broadcast Channel on Naleo TV. NLTV provides Hawaii County Civil Defense officials access to our government channel, Cable Channel 55. This allows county government and civil authorities in the event of an emergency to go live on both Cable Channels 55 and on our website at naleo.tv. In the event of a serious emergency, County Civil Defense will preempt programming on Channel 55 to air important emergency updates. Now in times of emergencies, don't just tune into radio, tune into the Emergency Broadcast Channel, Channel 55, or visit us at naleo.tv.
Naleo TV strives to bring you relevant programming. NLTV highlights important community events. NLTV brings you relevant political programming. We introduce notable and community-minded individuals. NLTV sheds light on important issues. NLTV provides rich cultural programs. We introduce you to nonprofits in your community. NLTV provides a platform for freedom of speech by producing Hawaii Island Speaks Out and by giving island residents the ability to become certified producers to create their own programs for playback on our channels. Naleo TV is here for you. See it, hear it, and be inspired. Naleo TV.
You're watching Naleo TV.
You're watching Naleo TV.
Contested case hearing for the 30-meter telescope project, a proceeding for the State of Hawaii, BLNR, Board of Land and Natural Resources.
Everybody, let's get started, please. Mr. Flores, may I ask you how this is going to proceed? Are you offering Ms. Case as a witness, or is she a party witness testifying on her own behalf? The reason I'm asking, I think you know, is just the procedure of redirect. Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, sorry. And for the record, I'm requesting to offer in B. Pulani Case as a witness on behalf of the Flores case Ohana, if that's appropriate.
It is appropriate, and if you don't mind, may I clear that with Mrs. Case as well?
Okay.
Just to be sure she is in agreement.
Sure.
So Mrs. Case? I don't know if you could hear what I was asking, Mr. Flores. I was asking if you're being offered as a witness on behalf of the Flores case Ohana, or if you're a party witness offering yourself. And he has suggested that you would be a witness for the Flores case Ohana, and that, of course, means that he's going to offer proof, and also he'll be doing redirect and the objections. Are you okay with that?
Yes, I am.
All right. So, Mr. Flores, may I first ask for an offer of proof?
For the record, E. Kalani Flores, on behalf of the Flores case Ohana, would like to offer B. Pulani Case, also a member of the Flores case Ohana, as a witness for this contested case hearing. And the offer of proof is that she is a cultural practitioner associated and connected with customary and traditional practices connected to, associated with, and on MaunaKea, also known as MaunaKea. She also comes with a vast experience and knowledge in Hawaiian cultural traditions through her upbringing as a cultural practitioner, and also through her schooling and education, with over 30 years as such. And she also addresses the impacts of the proposed TMT project upon her as a cultural practitioner and upon her customary and traditional rights.
Thank you, Mr. Flores. And may I please ask you to state your name in the microphone?
Sure. Aloha kako. In this case, I am B. Pulani Case, and I am a party in this case with the case Flores Ohana.
Thank you. Mrs. Case, would you mind if I give you the oath?
Not at all.
Would you raise your right hand, please? The other right
Oh,
hand.
yeah. The other. See, I don't do the oath well. Ooh, I was going to get away with that one. Okay, here's
All
my
right.
ew.
And do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give in the matters before this tribunal shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I, indeed.
Thank you very much. And Ms. Case, you have a copy of your written direct testimony in front of you?
I do.
All right. And it appears to me to be about 6 pages long.
Yes, it is.
And is that your statement?
Yes, it is.
And as you sit here under oath, are you affirming that everything written in that 6-page document is true to the best of your knowledge?
Yes, it is.
All right. And then, as you know, you have up to 10 minutes to summarize your testimony if you wish to do so.
Thank you.
Your Honor, and at this time, if it's approved of, Ms. Pulani Case would like to offer a 7-minute video as part of her introduction to herself, and I think it would explain everything what she stands for, and if time permits, the remaining minutes to and quickly summarize after that.
That's acceptable to me.
Thank you, Your Honor.
The video will not be recorded, Mr. Flores. Is that okay with you? So do you by any chance have it introduced as one of the exhibits in case you wanted to make a record of it?
Yes, I do. And so I just wanted to bring your attention to Exhibit B21I, and it's entitled Flores Case Ohana Video Presentations, Contested Case Hearing, Case Number BLNR CC 16002. And on there, there's the title of this video. The video is entitled Sacred Mountain, MaunaKea, Hawaii, and there's a link to it.
All right. Thank you very much. So we will not record the 7-minute video. Please go forward.
Aloha mai kākou. If you would just take a moment to pause from your busy day and think about the most sacred place that you are connected to, the place that brings you peace and accepts your prayers, the place where your God dwells, very likely the place where your grandparents and their parents once prayed, the place you would safeguard with all of your might, with all that you are and all that you have. If you said the holy name of that place out loud, what would it be? Would it be the name of a church or a temple or chapel you hold dear? Say it. Utter its name out loud as I do. My church, my temple, my mountain, MaunaKea, MaunaKea. Yes, it is I, an educator, a practitioner, a chanter, a dancer, a teacher, a mother, a petitioner. I have come forward to speak of this mountain, this place I hold dear, this place I sing of and sing to because it is sacred. I come forward not to dispel the notion of connectedness of astronomy and religion. As a Hawaiian raised in these islands, raised by my elders, I know intimately of the relationship our kupuna had between the sky and all that they did and all that they knew. I still sing those songs and say those prayers as I place my hands upon the earth or hold them to the heavens. I, as well as you, know that they have placed their faith in us, that we will carry forth their mission to walk as softly as they did upon this ground. Walk with careful steps on this land, in trust that we will not obstruct, construct, destroy, or desecrate that which they held as most sacred. Our ancestors never destroyed to advance, never constructed in a manner that would irreparably harm their island home or its inhabitants, and would never do so with or without proper management. They were a people who protected the balance, the alignment, the interdependence, and the energy in all things, and knew on the deepest of levels how connected all was and is still. Not just to here, but to everywhere and everything. In us, that memory still lives. Malana mai ka ume puna me hilo, hele mai kona me kohala me, hamakua e ka ele o waipio e pola o mahiki. I am asking you, my people, my public, to imagine what it will be like if 18 stories of concrete is built upon a mountain that can still shake this earth. What it would take to construct upon 8 acres of volcanic rock that still lives. Just imagine what it takes to build something of that size. What will be going up on that mountain, and what will be left there when all is done. This is a time when we must be sure, we must be clear, and we must be brave. Be brave even if you stand alone, were the words from my 11-year-old as she was guided to prompt me into action. If you believe that something that immense will not create repercussions, I ask you to rethink that deeply. Let's do something. Let's become more aware, more knowledgeable. Let's not be swayed by money or promises. Let's do what is right for our mountain and our people and our children. Let's do what is right and say no. Not this time. We have made too many concessions, too many compromises. This time, we speak for the mountain, and the mountain says no.
Aloha kako. The words of that narrative were the words of a letter to the editor that I wrote, that a filmmaker read and offered to create this video for, called Sacred Mountain. And so they are my words indeed, and I take full responsibility for them. So in the remaining time that I have, which is maybe 2 minutes, 4 minutes, what I would like to state about my direct written testimony is that what is contained in there is very personal. It's information, family names, and stories that before the first contested case hearing, I probably would never utter out loud. They are family practices of the most spiritual of nature. And at the time when I considered taking the information that really is only shared in your family circle, I believe, for most of us who are Kanaka Maoli in this room, the information that I'm sharing is very uncomfortable for me to share. And it might be uncomfortable for many of you to receive. And I acknowledge that. But at the time when I was prompted to try one more time to stop the telescope, and it came to us in a manner that we were accustomed to in my family because it's traditional practice to interact with and to listen and to follow. If you can see them, if you can still hear them, and if you can still, abide and trust. And my family trusted. And so at a time when I wouldn't have shared this information, I needed to. So for those of you that I make uncomfortable today, because I'm going to be talking about spirit and spiritual guidance and family practices that your kupuna might have said don't say out loud, I'm going to ask you to understand why I have to do this, why I had to at the first contested case, and why I still have to. Because we are here in a time when we must. And we are also here in a time when we shouldn't be made to feel that we can't do this anymore. We are still them. We come from a people who were able to communicate with their kupuna. And my family by far are not the only ones. And since the time that I have been guided to be able to share this out loud pertaining to my family alone, many others have come forward to say thank you, because now when they hear their little ones say, "Mommy, I saw something. Mom, someone came to speak to me," they are more apt to believe, to listen, to respond in a manner in which that will one day again be a practice in our households that we accept and embrace and follow. So I am the daughter of William Newton Case and Delma Marie Begis Case, who are both watching right now from home in Waimea. Therefore, what I say today must bring them honor, because they are going to the store after this. And people who watch this, that were not aware of how we became involved in this contested case, they're going to ask them about that. They're going to say, "I didn't know your daughter talks to the spirit world," or that your granddaughter is the one who first saw Mo'oinanea and told her mother that Mo'oinanea said to try one more time. My parents will have to answer for my testimony today. And so will my relatives who come from the areas of Waimea, Kohala. And my ancestors, I have no doubt, as I call their names out loud, will be here with me, because that's how it is when we still believe and we still follow those practices. So, will I tell the truth? I have no choice, because everyone is watching. So I'm going to proceed in the best way that I can. The names of my ancestors in my heart: Umihulumaka kia I Mauna o Avini, 7th generation grandfather from Avini Valley in Kohala, who upon the birth of Kamehameha Paea received him in that valley and guarded him. And so did my relatives of that valley with all that they had, even though they knew that it could be their demise. And the reason that I say that is because in this generation, 7 later, I am standing with my family to protect a mountain, our people, our values, our life ways, our spiritual connection to our kupuna. As 7 generations ago, my family stood. What choice do I have when the mountain calls? I must go. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Case. Ms. Ward?
Aloha e Pua.
Aloha.
My name's Deborah Ward. I'll be asking you some questions. If you feel one is inappropriate, please let me know. In your written testimony, you say you've been an educator for nearly 30 years. Is that correct?
Yes, it is.
And what have your experiences been as an educator? Can you tell us?
Sure. I'm 55 years old, going to be 56 next month. That's why I can say almost 30 years of teaching. I started right out of college. Back in my day, if you were going to earn a BA in Hawaiian language, at that time, I felt that teaching was really the only occupation using Hawaiian language that I really could go into. That's not true anymore, but at that time, so I became a teacher right after college. Up until 2015, I've taught in the public school system. I've been a social studies teacher, a Ike Hawaii resource teacher, a student services coordinator. I ran the Kupuna program for the island of Hawaii as a district resource teacher. I'm also a kumuhula. Again, I started young. I uniki'd in the early 80s from a school in Kona of traditional hula. And I've been doing that my whole life.
Is your kumuhula tradition in the tradition of Iolani?
Yes, it is.
Thank you. Please describe some of your knowledge, skills, and experience in the subject matter pertaining to Hawaiian cultural traditions.
And I'm going to ask you, Debbie, to stop me when I've answered that question, because as you can see, when we are passionate about something, we can go on. So traditional practices, is that what you're asking? So I'm going to stay in the area for this moment, traditional practices that pertain to hula, because hula has shaped my life, all of my life. So the traditional practices that we are immersed in, that become a part of us, and there's no separation, are the traditional practices that govern, if you will, at times the foods we eat, the places that we can go to, the values that we must hold dear. The training in hula, in traditional hula, in the school that I come from, in Kona, where our foundation dances, yes, come from the school of Auntie Iolani, Luahine. They are dances and ways that expect mastery. They are preceded by prayer. The dances that I learned, you could not have video. You could not have paper or pencil. You memorized You went to the ocean and you chanted and trained to the waves that went in and out, just like in the books that you read. What I read growing up in the textbooks and in reference books and resource books on the art of hula, as done by the old ones, I grew up doing. The chanting, the dancing, and the practices, the foundation of which is what I have carried all through my life, and including from Pu'uhuluhulu to the Vekio, the top of MaunaKea.
How do your traditional and customary practices pertain to MaunaKea? Can you go into that a little bit more, please?
I will say that I'm going to not reference Kukahakalau here, but I'm going to say that in a lot of ways my family mirrors her family. So I'm going to try to stay there for just to have reference. We have Kukahakalau, 2 daughters. My family, 2 daughters. We are raised in a ceremonial manner in my ohana. My younger daughter also, the moment that she got home, went through the mavavai ceremony, as Ku's daughters did. From a young age, from the moment they are born, really, my daughters have inherited from me, with no choice, an upbringing of ceremony, of hula. I dare say that they will say to me, "Mom, every breath you take is a ceremony." We have ceremonies that include the eating of ceremonial foods, that include clearing, cleansing, healing, honoring the natural world, our kupuna, each other, and even the unborn.
Pua, do any of your customary and traditional practices relate to the northern plateau of MaunaKea?
I would say if you follow me on Sacred Facebook, you'd be able to see that on a regular basis. Yes. We are on the mountain. When we are called specifically to the northern plateau, and yes, we have been, we have gone there for a variety of reasons. We have gone there at sunrise to welcome the sun in the only way that you can on that spot. We have gone there to recite particular chants in which the vantage points that we look at dictate that we are there. We have been there to honor the ancestors whose bones are there. And how would I know that? Because as my kupuna, Marie Solomon, will say, the bones on the mountain have turned to dust and they are everywhere. So we have gone for that. When we have been asked, directed, requested by our ancestors directly to my daughters or myself to go to the northern plateau, and to pray and chant and make correct for those who would disturb that area, we have gone for that too. We have been there to make pono in the best way we know how, We have been there in prayer to pray the forgiveness chants. We have been there to shed our tears and to pray the chants that assure our ancestors that we will do whatever we can, that they may never know that disturbance. Yes, and those are based on traditional chants that you can find in resource books. We have done those chants as well as create new ones based on those chants, understandings, practices, beliefs, and life ways.
I'm going to move on and ask you a question about the cultural practices associated with MaunaKea. Have you ever been consulted by DLNR regarding your native traditional and customary practices related to MaunaKea?
No.
Were the Flores case Ohana's petitioners in the first contested case hearing, were you involved in 2011?
In the contested case hearing, yes, I was.
So your participation is well known, is that correct? By the
I would
authorities.
believe so.
To reaffirm, are you a member of the Flores case Ohana?
Yes, I am.
Mahalo. In this contested case hearing, were members of your Ohana identified as cultural practitioners with connections to MaunaKea?
Yes.
And since the 2011 contested case hearing, has the Office of MaunaKea Management consulted with you regarding traditional and customary practices associated with MaunaKea?
Never.
Never. Okay. Since that hearing, has anyone from Kahuku consulted with you with regard to traditional customary practices?
No.
Have any of the archaeologists who've conducted surveys on MaunaKea Science Reserve consulted with you?
No.
Have any archaeologists consulted with you with regard to the significance of cultural sites on the Northern Plateau?
No.
Do you have a sense that there are sites that are not seen by people who have a background in archaeology but not in spirit or spiritual practice?
Certainly.
Okay. Now I'd like to ask you about impacts. Can you describe the impacts that may occur if the 30-meter telescope were to be developed on the Northern Plateau? And I'll ask you about your sense of religious impact to your religious practices.
I'd like to look at my written direct testimony, if that's okay, so I can stay as focused as I can on what I wrote. So if you would give me a minute to locate that.
By any chance, Ms. Ward, do you happen to have a section in the written direct testimony so it would help her get to it?
No, I think I can find it pretty quickly, but I didn't actually write it in my question.
It's okay.
That's okay. I will try to locate it really quickly.
Okay. I believe it's on page 4 of your testimony. Perhaps the last couple of paragraphs.
Best way that I can answer that question is in a manner in which I'm very familiar. I would answer that question in reference to another area where I have experienced it already. That way I'm not speculating or a what if a sacred place to me is impacted. I'd like to refer to my paragraph, which would be under adverse impacts. That would actually be the second paragraph there in reference to Anaiho Omalu. Because for me, and me alone personally, and perhaps my family as well, which they can attest to when it's their turn, I'm going to speak about what I already know too well. So I'm going to say some words out loud here. The impact, did you ask me the impact if the TMT were built? I'm sorry.
I did.
Okay. This is some of the words I wrote down. I'd like to say them out loud because I have felt them, and I still do. A sense of helplessness, guilt, anger, sadness, and despair at the changes, the construction, and desecration that were occurring. Chants and dances connected to these places fell to the wayside. Traditions tied to these places could not be continued. For me, that was true for the place that raised me, Anai Ho'omalu. For me, MaunaKea, and for many of us, any place that we've already lost. That's what we feel. That's amongst the feelings that we feel. It would be no different except for this. When you are unaware that something is going to change forever, when you are unaware, I believe that your kupuna will excuse you in some way because you were unaware, or you had no knowledge, or you could not assist in any way. But when you are fully aware, like this time around, when you are fully aware of what the impacts will be, and you go in all the way, and you stand, I believe that those words that I say will be 100 times more, because I will have been fully aware.
So the feelings that you described are feelings that you will feel personally and for your family. Can you also describe for us the feelings, the impact that this will have both on your spiritual practice and your traditional practice?
I believe I stated within my written direct testimony that if the 30-meter telescope is built on my watch, when my daughter, who sits here, has said, "Mom, don't let that happen. This is on your watch." That's what she says to me. This is on your watch. You take care of it. You don't leave that for me. When she says that to me, and when I have stood on the Northern Plateau and I have begged forgiveness already, just for the mere thought of building, just for the proposal of it, I know that I will not be able to be there in the same manner. The chants that I do right now to honor that mountain, when I stand there, how could I dare to do them if I have allowed that? How can I, as a dancer, a chanter, a teacher, a practitioner of the values, to uphold Malama Aina, Malama Honua? I'm a part of the worldwide voyage of Hokulea. Malama Honua, I breathe those words every day. How can I speak in one manner and live in that manner, dare to go up to that mountain? What am I going to say? I'm sorry? Forgive me? Yes, I will do that. I will. But I also cannot do some of the practices that I do now because a part of me could not stop that. And I have to live with that. So there are some things that I will not be able to do. And I will not teach my children that either, because how can we? We have taken accountability, and we are responsible for our actions. So I will stand and do the best that I can, but if it ever were to be built, it would change my life forever. Because I can't even look up at that mountain from Waimea. I am one of the 14%, by the way, who would see it every day, every moment of the day. My window faces the Mauna. I would see it from the moment my eyes open until the moment that I go to bed. I am one of the 14%. My life would change.
I recognize what you're saying about Anaiho'omalo because I remember it before it was built. And it's a different place now. So I understand how not being able to go there anymore is an effect. I'm sorry to be testifying. May I ask you, what does significant, adverse, and substantial mean to you in the context of what has happened so far in terms of the cultural practice and the spiritual practice that have changed on the mountain as a result of the building that has already taken place?
I'm going to just ask for clarification. You're asking me to speak about those terms, significant, adverse.
Well, they're words, and a previous witness, said they were just words used to get a permit. And it seems to me that those words mean far more, and I'd like you to describe what the cumulative impact has meant for you.
In reference to what
to telescope development,
okay,
and what the impact.
So I'm going to say this in simplicity, and you can clarify or cross me or what have you for more information. When I'm on the summit and I'm going to pray, I have to try to face in a direction where I cannot see any of the telescopes. Because it is very difficult to honor the vau akua, the kuahivi, the kualono, vau kanaka even, that when you're looking down you can see below. It's very difficult to honor the beauty of a place when you are facing that. Most of my chants that we do, most of them are honoring chants on the Mauna. It's getting increasingly difficult to look at an area where all you see and all you feel is what your kupuna felt and saw. That has changed my practice, I'm sure. Where I'm going to stand, what direction I'm going to face. How is it going to be where it's just me and them? me and my culture, me and my life ways. It's getting very increasingly difficult to even face a direction where that can happen. So if that isn't significant, where even where we turn, look, and face is something of a challenge, on the top of the highest point from the seafloor, the most sacred, the Vau'akua, where Wakea dwells, if we cannot even find that there, does that change us? Of course it does. And I am speaking about the significant damage, or if you want to say damage up there. Irreparable, of course. Summit is no longer there at the height that it once was. I hope I've answered that. I tried to answer that in a way that it pertains to me,
In the way that you describe looking for a place that has no built facilities, perhaps, spoken in English, would you say that that place that you're searching for would be called a viewplane in English?
Yes, it would.
Okay, so a viewplane for you is one of the critical spiritual requirements for part of your practice. Would that be correct?
Of course.
Okay. Is there anything else you'd like to say about the impacts?
No, because I think someone else might ask me, so I'll just wait, and I'm going to try again to stay focused on my written direct.
Okay.
And thank you, Debbie.
Thank you very much. I will close my questions now. Mahalo, Pua.
Thank you, Ms. Ward. Ms. Pishota?
Aloha, Pua.
Aloha.
Okay. I'll start with some questions from the bottom of page 1. I think in page 2 of your written direct testimony regarding family accounts, regarding the mo'o. Is that correct? Do you have some family accounts?
Yes.
And can you describe this family account? Well, I think actually you described some of it with Anaiho Malu. How about, can you speak about the Mo'ovahine and Manaua?
I am able to speak about the Mo'ovahine at Anaiho Omalu if you would, the Mo'o at Anaiho Omalu,
yes,
if you
yes.
would like to ask me about that.
I would, actually.
The reason that I would like to speak about that is because it really does lead me all the way here. So it will give a better understanding. And again, this is the place where it might be uncomfortable for some of our people and all people, and I'm not meaning to do that. And in respect to everyone else's family practices, these are my own, and I need to preface that. So in my genealogy, there is a name in my family tree, direct genealogy, and that name is Mo'o. Name, lizard, Mo'o, in their genealogy. And now, all these years later, I have a complete understanding of that. So we were raised at Anaiho Omalu. My father worked for Parker Ranch my whole life. And as part of working for Parker Ranch, Richard Smart had a parcel down at Anaiho Omalu. So we were not only ranchers, we were fishermen. We learned that lifestyle. My grandmother, Mabel Ke'alalawae'o Mana Hasi Case, made sure that we were all raised there together. And I'll just speak of one occasion My mom, who's watching right now, so I have to get this completely accurate, I called her to ask her how old I was at this time, and she said I was about 4 years old. We were at a Naiho'omalu, camping as we always did. My dad and his brothers were, they were in the water. They were, we say holo holo, but it's long past, so they were diving. And my grandmother, if you knew my grandmother, was one of those that they would say, oh, your grandmother, and I'm going to say this, Grandma, with all the love in my heart, oh, your grandmother's some spooky. Because they knew that people would say, oh, she get power. And, that last of those Hawaiians at that time period that were still maybe not speaking about practices, but they were still doing them. And so my grandmother was with my mom and me and the other women and children waiting for my father and his brothers. And my grandmother said, we gotta leave. We have to pack everything up. We gotta get out of here. And she told my mother to get everybody ready to drive us all out, come back down and get the men, because we couldn't contact them in the water. And when my mom said, why do we have to leave? My grandmother said, because there's a big wave coming. And you have to understand that my mom wouldn't doubt my grandma, because this was not a rare occasion for my grandma to be able to say things like that. So my mom said, who told you? And she pointed to the tree, and she said, the mo'o. That's my first recollection of being involved with the mo'o part of my ohana, who we come from, who we call, maybe you might say au makua, I just call them, my kupuna. But my mother packed up everyone so fast because there was no doubt that a mo'o had just said, get the heck out of here. She drove everybody up, myself included, came back down. By that time, the men were out of the water, and they were wondering where everybody went. My mom said, she called Grandma Mom, so she said, Mom said, we got to get out of here, big wave coming. Nobody doubted that. Nobody said, how she know that? A mo'o told her? That's crazy talk. For my family, when my grandma said, a mo'o told me, we got to get out of here, we got out of there. And after they left, a big wave came and took the whole camp. That is my first recollection of my connection to what has become the way we live our life today. So when I say that the mo'o prompted us to become involved in standing for MaunaKea, that's where it stems from, that experience, that first experience.
Okay, can you tell us about the mo'o wahine associated with Manaua?
I believe...
And, wait, can I ask you this too? Is Manaua a part of your practice as well? Your relationship with it?
The place, Manaua, which is really a pohaku, a big rock, and I believe that I have an exhibit, so if I can reference that exhibit first.
And then give us the number too, yeah.
Yes. The exhibit is B21D, and it's just the story of Manaua, but it also shows you a picture of it if you're not familiar with it. So I just want to point that out. So Manaua, the practice, and my kuleana there, my responsibility to Manaua has really shaped the way that my family interacts in a traditional, or if you want to call it cultural practice, because we have an established formal kuleana with manaua. And sometimes, at least for me as a cultural practitioner, if I don't have something that I'm accountable to consistently on a genealogical level, I might let it go by the wayside. But because I have a kuleana to manaua, it's an example to my girls of kuleana. So it actually has shaped how we have raised both of our daughters. And did I answer that question? What was the question? I'm sorry.
I kind of forgot, but okay. I think you did. But I have a little follow-up to it, and that is, can you talk a little bit about the mo'ovahine?
Sure.
Yeah.
So before I speak about manaua, again, I am accountable to manaua in the things that I say about her. These are not just words that we say when we tell a story. And I am sorry for those in this kind of a system that believe you can just do that. There is a relationship that we have with the spirit world. And I have to assure manaua before I speak of her. I have to raise my right hand, my left hand, and really my whole being and say that what I'm going to say is the truth. Because this is more than a court of law for me. This is my birthright, my genealogical lineage that I'm speaking of, and the continuation for the next 7 generations connected to the last 7. So I need to just make sure that I'm ready to answer that in the best way that I can, because there are many other children, adults, and storytellers of Waimea who know manaua as well. She's not ours alone. I want to honor and respect their understanding of her. So manaua to my family, through the family stories, and this documented story does come from some of the well-known storytellers in Waimea as well, and families, is a mo'ovahine who lives in Kohakuhau, also known as Anna's Pond, if you've been there before, but not limited to. And she comes to Manaua, the Pohaku, to sunbathe. But she is much more than that. She is our kupua. She is our ancestress, who we would say perhaps regulates the rain in Waimea. Isn't it beautiful when you still have a tradition where your children know that if they need rain, they're going to go put a lei on the pohaku and they're going to ask Manaua to bring the rain. And when rains come, we're going to go over there and we're going to put a lei there in gratitude for that rain. And it's not even about that anymore. It's more than that. It's about showing our young ones that there is a protocol. There is a code of conduct when you interact with nature. When you are asking for something, how you ask. And when you receive, how you reciprocate that. How you honor what falls from the sky and nourishes you. It is your values, it's your life ways, it's the beauty of being a people with traditions that still do that. And that is just a little bit of what we do in our relationship with Manaua.
Can you speak a little bit about the connection between Manaua and MaunaKea? Can you bring it together, if you're able?
Sure. I'm going to stay perhaps with, well, let me preface it to say that there is so much more that I could say. So what you're receiving from me today, I'm going to try to make it be the part that really pertains, but I'm going to say it would be unfair to our people, to Manaua, to Mo'oinanea, to our life ways, to the people of Waimea and our storied places, if I said this was all there is. I'm going to give you an example.
Yeah.
One of the most significant things to me is that Manaua, the pohaku, the rock, is where Mo'oinanea, the kupua of Lake Waiau, comes to when she visits Manaua, if you want to say the mo'o of the rain. Manaua, the pohaku, is where they take company together. When my younger daughter and I were at the pohaku one day, my daughter had already seen Manaua on countless occasions. And she's not the only one in Waimea who can see Manaua, by the way. We had received information and stories from Manaua over a year. Well, one day we got there and Mo'oinanea was there. And I couldn't see her, but my daughter said to me, "Mommy, the lady of the lake is here today." And and I said, "Who is it?" And she was able to she was able to tell me who she was and also tell me what she was wearing. And that's how she saw her. We had an artist draw what my daughter saw. That was the very significant day, if you want to know the true relationship of Manaua and MaunaKea to me, is where Mo'oinanea asked my daughter to ask me to try one more time to stop it. And where I didn't even know what she was talking about. I didn't realize really there was a proposal for a 30-meter telescope at the time. So I asked my daughter, "What does she want me to stop?" And she said, "Mom," she said, "if you can try one more time to stop the telescope." That is the connection that I would like to say is between Manaua and MaunaKea, but definitely not limited to that connection.
Okay, on page 3 of your written direct. Yeah. On page 3, you state Mo'oinanea has described the accounts of the Kanaka traveling to the summit. And are these the Kanaka of old? And would they also be referred to as Native Hawaiians?
You're referring to paragraph 2, and according to Mo'oinanea, when Kanaka of old traveled up to the summit, Kanaka of old are referring to Kanaka before anyone else was here. So yes, Native Hawaiians traveling to the summit. Yes.
And so these are before in Western contact, is what you're referring
Yes.
to? Before the coming of Captain Cook?
Yes.
Okay. And can you describe how they describe when they went up MaunaKea?
In this particular account that I'm talking about here?
Yeah.
Okay.
If can.
Sure. This comes to purpose of going up to the mountain. I believe we talked about that in the last 2 days, but maybe even previous to this, about going near to the summit or to perhaps even to Lake Waiau, but I know we referred to it more in the Vau Akua, like on the summit. You would go up when there was a purpose to go.
A kuleana.
A kuleana, a ritual, if your family had traditions tied to it, and this is what it's talking about. This account right here, for those of you who have the written testimony, again is an account that was provided to us by my daughter. That Mo'oina Nea and others, they give her directions so that we will be able to do these traditions again if we choose to, or at least really know what the traditions were for MaunaKea. So this is just one of them that they have taught us over time. And really, we just hold them in our family. So to put this on paper and to provide this to everyone, I just want you to know that this is just what was provided to our ohana. And this is what we believe in. So at this particular time, they would be going up to collect water for specific purposes at Waiau, and it tells you what offerings you would bring and the manner in which you would collect that water as told by Mo'oina Nea to a young girl, my daughter. Do you want me to elaborate on some of the things in this paragraph?
Sure.
Okay. So the first thing it tells you is about offerings. You would leave an offering.
Mm-hmm.
The Kanaka of old, again, being our people, our kupuna, they would leave an offering at the bottom of the mountain, which for many of us we still do. The offerings were made to Poliahu and Mo'oina Nea, and they told you what you might leave there. So they give examples of what you might leave. And I remember when my daughter received this information, it's so in detail, it even said that a flower bundle was usually tied to the top of the food, pu'olo. Isn't that wonderful when somebody receives that? So now we can do that if we choose to. We don't have to try find it someplace, if we believe, of course, and if we are aligned to that understanding. We might not be. And then how the people would collect snow to see how it was to collect it. And it says, well, let me just say about the snow again, and how they would use it to get centered. So I'm using it to get centered today because I have the snow here that I collected and it's now in water form. I follow these traditions because I believe in this connection. It tells you that the kahuna would also go for their chief to gather water from the lake as an offering for chiefs or places they traveled to. They needed to state how much water was needed. They needed to put a tea leaf on the lake. If permission was granted, the tea leaf would float. If not, it would sink. If the wind blows one back, they have to leave the mountain immediately. If one would lie to her mo'oinanea, they would be banished from the mountain for a period of time. If it was an exchange of water from this same island, a tea leaf was not needed. If from another island, a tea leaf, a la'i, was needed. You must state where the water was from first, if you brought some. If there was an exchange of water and permission was granted, one would collect water first and then pour their water in after. My daughter, as reported to her from Mo'oinanea, she is fine with people putting their piko in the lake, but one has to have roots to the mountain. I am aware that there are people listening to this testimony from all over the world. I want to state again that when I say something out loud that has come from these kupuna to my daughters or to myself, this is our family traditions. And if they are not yours, then that's fine. But these are ours.
Mahalo. Just a couple more questions. On page 6, in the second paragraph, you refer to the Shinnecock Indians?
Shinnecock
Yes,
Reservation,
mahalo.
yes.
In New York, right?
Yes.
And you were speaking to the point about even the thought and the threat of the idea of building is can change things. Am I misquoting what you were trying to say? Or can you just speak to that?
Sure. Again, I'm going to speak in respect to a gathering of elders at the Shinnecock Reservation and the crew of the Hokulea, which included myself representing protocol and MaunaKea, and Captain Kalepa Babayan, who represented the Hokulea crew. We were invited to a water ceremony at the Shinnecock Reservation. It was very private. It was only for the crew members of Hokulea, elders, which included elders from Standing Rock, Sacred Stone Camp, as well as other areas, other reservations, and myself. The reason that I was invited was because Chief Orville Looking Horse was asking permission to hold World Peace and Prayer Day here next year, in June 2017. At the water ceremony, the elders from the different places, esteemed First Peoples of Turtle Island, now known as America, brought their most contaminated water from their reservations. They poured it into a common bowl, one at a time, each telling the story of how the water got contaminated. The reason for doing so in front of the Hokulea crew was to ask the crew to take that water and the stories and to tell the stories in every place they went to so that people would know that they need to protect their water. I was given the privilege of pouring water from Lake Waiau into that bowl last in order to spiritually dissipate the contamination from the waters that were already there, because all of those elders believe in the sacredness of the water from MaunaKea. While we were in that circle, those of us who were recognized there as the leads representing Hawaii, MaunaKea, Hokulea. We were requested at that time to hold on to the mountain the best that way that we could. And I believe they might be watching right now, so I am very careful at what I'm going to say. Keep it truth. Because even the thought of building something that immense, those kupua, those in the realm of those waters already know that that is being proposed. And even the thought of it has a disturbance to it. And so to keep the sacredness of the water as pure as possible in the spiritual form, in the physical form, we were tasked with a directive from Chief Arva Looking Horse to hold on to our mountain. And to assist us with that, he provided 2 of us with an eagle feather each that we were to bring here that would help us to do so. And I have mine here today, as I do every day, in response to that request from those elders. And I speak in total respect for them, and I ask their forgiveness if I've misspoken. Thank you.
Mahalo. Okay. I'm going to go back to this hearing here today. And I wanted to ask you, you were in the previous contested case hearing with the rest of the hui, correct?
Yes, I was.
So is it safe to say that we have been, over the years, some of the more obvious practitioners that were known, to the establishment, such as the university, OMKM, TMT?
You are talking about the MaunaKea hui from the first contested
Yes,
case? Yes,
yes.
I would agree to that.
Okay. So between the last contested case hearing and now, have you been consulted either in any way, including under 106, for example, by the TMT?
No.
By BLNR, the Board of Land and Natural Resource?
No.
By the University of Hawaii at Hilo?
No.
By the University of Hawaii at Mauna?
No.
The Institute for Astronomy?
No, I've not been consulted. I've not been asked to consult. I did do this is going to be different, but I want to disclose that.
Mm-hmm.
I was asked, and I can't remember her name who asked me, but there was a point where I was asked to do a presentation for the public at an Imiloa event.
Oh, okay. Mm-hmm.
That included a mountain to the sea, but not at all specific to the 30-meter telescope at all. But it was just a one-time event, and it was not a consultation. It was just a presentation.
And it was not a consultation in the form that would be asking you about the impacts of the project upon you?
No, not at all.
Okay.
No.
Did anyone from the University of California, that's the whole system, so would it be Santa Barbara, for example? We know Henry Yang comes from University of Santa Barbara. Have they asked you to consult?
No.
Has anyone from Caltech asked you to consult?
No.
And is it your understanding that the University of California and Caltech were part of the previous cases such as the NASAKEC case. Is that your, do you understand
Yes.
that that's true too? Okay. So is it safe to say that no one has asked you in all of these years to consult as to the impact of the
Aloha ku.
Actually, it's good afternoon, Pua.
Right.
Is that the way all
The offerings.
was your story sort of like a codification of what a Hawaiian cultural practice on MaunaKea should be like?
That's a really good question. The way that I would answer that is the practices that we receive as a family, the practices we receive, we regard as gifts to our family. And we will follow those practices to the best of our ability because we have been gifted them. I would love to say that there is a manner ourselves be it conduct that are tied with being on a sacred temple, if you will. There is a manner in which to do, how to proceed, how to interact, how to connect. But I would not say, I would not even pretend to say that we should do anything cool. Okay. Because we are all individuals at this time. We are all at a place where we either have practices or we don't. Received information. Are there general practices on the mountain? Perhaps there is. In and follow, and that's where I have to.
That there are parts of the story you told us that are like general
well, and you might take kalo. They gave us more than generalities. They gave us specifics. You could tie a flower bundle to the top of that pu'olo. But general practice is to have a pu'olo for some people. So everything I said there in some manner, nothing I read that's noted in Manaua, that's noted in other documents and passed down orally as well. So yes, definitely there are traditions in my family, traditions that are connected to other families and to traditions that have been passed down.
Thank you. Yeah, so would you say it was fair to say that in addition to these general practices, that this list of things that you do are fairly or are specific to your family?
I can't say they're specific to my family because I don't know who else Mo'uinanea talks to.
Well, yeah, but she did
but
specify
yes.
that this is one way for your family to practice.
Yes.
And you anticipated me because I was going to ask you if other families. And then there are other families or other individuals who may do completely different kinds of things on the mountain.
Of course.
While listening to you or to your testimony early on, I thought there was a question that is the answer of which I believe, to me, is very important as it relates to you. Except for your teaching in the school system, do you ever charge your students money to teach them all the things you teach them?
Never, because I was not charged, so I cannot do the same.
If I'm not objected to, I'm going to say that what you do, in the way you just said it, is typical Hawaiian behavior, or good typical Hawaiian behavior, and I congratulate you.
Thank you. I'd like to clarify something, though. When I train my students, there is never a charge. When people bring me to, say, the mainland, and I've traveled extensively, there is a charge, but it is just for me to be there.
Would that be like transportation?
Expenses, yeah.
Like plane fares?
But I just wanted to make that clear, but I do not charge, no. No, I can't.
Okay, so you testified early on about Manaua. And that is it's a family thing, isn't it? It's a special rock that is very special to your family.
Not just to my family. There are many families in Waimea, including Parker Ranch families. But yes, it is to my family, but I don't want to say it's particular to my family.
I understand. But my question to you is, how did that rock become important to your family?
Okay. Again, my father's watching, so I'm going to say this in the best way that I can, in honor of my dad, who was the head of water for Parker Ranch for most of my upbringing. There was a drought in Waimea from 1979 to about 1981, while my father was the head of water for the ranch. Cattle were dying. There was almost no water for the people either. There was a spigot set up at Church Row, and we had water tankers coming in. and we were collecting water that way. My dad remembered that the cowboys, the Paniolo of Waimea, spoke of the rain rock. And Richard Smart really also respected that and had his secretary put a lei there when he wanted rain. Well, my dad knew that the rain rock existed but didn't know where it was, so he went and looked for it. Upon finding it, it was covered completely. And he asked that, it was covered by grass and trees, and he asked that it be removed. My dad and I went to the rock, and my father, not having been raised in the hula tradition or tradition of lei making or anything like that, stated that he and I would have to go up into the forest and collect flowers and leaves from trees that had no human eye had seen, no human hand had touched. That would be what was what Manaua deserved. So we made a lei, we brought it down to the rock, and we asked Manaua to bring rain, which was very new for my father to do. I'm raised in the hula tradition, I'm used to this. I was about 19, perhaps at the time. I went back the next day and there was a plate of food on the rock. It was the first time I'd ever seen that in Waimea, a traditional offering of food for anything. And my life changed that day. I cried because I knew that we were still Hawaiian in Waimea. And I say that in respect to everyone in Waimea. It showed me that. I went to the rock by myself without my father. He was very worried. He was searching for water, and there was none. I went to the rock and I put my arms on the rock, and I said to Manaua that day, if you bring rain for my father, I will take care of you for the rest of my life. And so will my children. And I didn't even have children at that time, but I said it and I sealed it. And so my lesson about that coup, be careful what you say. Because you make a promise and you seal it like that. My children are sealed to Manaua. And that's what they know. They have been raised there to take care of Manaua. And that's why I believe they come to us. Because I am fulfilling a promise that I made, and the rains came. Not only did the rain come, but we have documented pictures that it actually flooded. And I had to go back and ask Manaua to stop because enough rain had come. And my life has been around Manaua ever since because I made a promise.
So would you, change the subject just a little, so would you say that you not only have a relationship with MaunaKea, a mountain, that you have relationships with other mountains?
I have relationship with other mountains that are connected to MaunaKea, yes.
Would you like to expound on that a little?
Well, I'm going to say that I have a relationship with Mount Shasta, for example. I'm going beyond Hawaii because we all have a relationship with our own Mauna, so I'm going to say that the mountain, standing for MaunaKea, has opened and expanded our world for all of us here who are standing for the mountain in significant ways. And for me, listening to the guidance from the mountain herself, Big Mama, as we call it on Parker Ranch, has led me to become more connected with the peoples and their mountains. And that would be, for example, Mount Shasta, Buyumpuyuk, and also some of the mountains in Japan and other places as well. Over these years, yes.
Thank you. Now, when you go up to MaunaKea and you feel those special sacred places, are they always a place or a thing that you can see or touch or feel?
Well, the place itself, yes. Or is that what you're asking me? When I go to the mountain?
Well, it's like, okay, in earlier parts of this hearing, there were a lot of mentionings of upright stones, for instance. So when you go up to the mountain, are you attracted to, or do you feel that these are the only kinds of sacred things on the mountain, things that you can see, touch, or feel? Not feel, see or touch.
I'm not sure if I'm going to answer this correctly because I'm not exactly sure of the question, but, and I want to answer your question correctly.
Okay, well, maybe I can give you some little guidance and all that.
Okay.
Are there parts of your practice on the mountain and your spiritual connection that are of things unseen, things that some other people may call intangibles?
When I am on the mountain, I'm hoping I'm going to answer this correctly. When we are on the mountain, I'm guided by the mountain to be there. We are usually there for a specific purpose. And the purpose is ceremonial, and it contains prayer and some practices that we do in ceremony. And if you are asking me if the unseen is a part of that ceremony, I would say, by all means, yes. If that was your question.
That would be a very good response.
Okay.
Early on, you were asked about hokulea. Do you know that there may be a special stone or a rock on hokulea?
Yes, I do know that, Ku. My family placed that rock there.
And what is the story of that rock?
Again, this is going to pertain to MaunaKea. So the rock that is on board Hokulea came from the mountain. We were near the observatories. I had taken a school there. I believe it might have been an Oahu charter school, middle school. My daughter Havani, who has gifts that she can speak of on her own when it's her turn to testify, was requested to find, or ask, I should say, ask the mountain which pohaku would agree to go on the voyage of Hokulea, to be a beacon for the voyage, to guide the canoe. And in that way, no matter where they went around the world on such a long voyage full of challenges and unknowns, that they would never have really left home, because the mountain would always be on board and be the light for them, take them out and bring them all the way home. And for many of us, we have family members on board. We are the chanters for the voyages. It's very important that we have that safeguard in the spiritual sense and the physical. Havane located the pohaku that made an agreement to be placed on board and accompany the voyagers on this voyage. And the pohaku was gifted to the crew in a ceremony and has been on board ever since.
I don't know the answer to this question, but did you go to the east coast of the United States when the Hokulea got there as part of their worldwide voyage?
I had made an agreement with the people, the first peoples of New York, tribal people there, that I would go to New York. So that was the one site that I went to. I went with Kanuoka'aina students and a few other women who were from voyaging families, and we went particularly, I went particularly to chant to that pohaku when it entered the dock in New York. I made a promise to that rock that I would be there. And the chant that we did while we were there, myself, my younger daughter, who's now in the room, Kapule, we chanted the chant of Kau'i Keoli, Kamehameha III, which contains the verse about the birth of MaunaKea, the first man, the first kalo. And I did that and went on board to speak to that pohaku and to let the pohaku know that since it had left the mountain, which is a huge thing to do, the mountain was still safe and protected. And I went all the way to New York to tell the rock that, to assure that pohaku that we were safeguarding the mountain, so please keep safeguarding our crew. That's what I went for.
Thank you, Pua. I have no further questions.
Let's take a 10-minute recess, please.
contested case hearing for the 30-meter telescope project, a proceeding for the State of Hawaii, BLNR, Board of Land and Natural Resources.
Okay, everyone, let's please get started. I think Mr. Kaiama is next. Sorry to hold you up.
No, I would like to finish today.
Yeah, no, you know the feeling. Okay, Mr. Kaiama?
Yes, Your Honor. Shall I begin?
Yes, please.
Okay. Aloha Pua.
Aloha.
If I were allowed, I would rather let you give your mo'olelo for the next 20 minutes instead of ask questions, but that's not how it's done. So.
No, that's not how it's done.
Okay. On your written direct testimony, you refer to the ceremonies that you took part of in New York. And maybe what I wanted, if you might be able to explain to me, those people who attended those ceremonies and the purpose of attending that ceremony. I do know, I believe you did testify about meeting with and greeting and giving your aloha to the pohaku from MaunaKea, but the ceremony included other matters as well?
Greeting the pohaku and chanting took place in New York at the dock, in the area where the ceremonies and festivities took place. The water ceremony, however, took place on the Shinnecock Reservation and was private and was twofold. One was to ask if World Peace and Prayer Day could be held here on Hawaii Island in June 2017. It is a world-renowned ceremonial event, prayer vigil, held by Chief Arvo Looking Horse, and it will be here in June, this June 2017. And it is particularly held at sacred places around the world. And his urgency was to hold it here because of the way that he looks at the mountain and the water on the mountain. That was one. The other reason was to hold a water ceremony that would be a private ceremony with hokulea and with elders from different places around Turtle Island who were noted elders who were taking a stand, or tribal leaders who were elders who were highly respected by the people of the first peoples of Turtle Island. And so with the Hokulea crew, those elders, very few young people, maybe 5 or 6 who were especially invited, and myself.
Okay, and I am particularly interested in the comments and the statements that are attributed to Chief Arvo Looking Horse in your written direct testimony as it relates to MaunaKea. Is there any way you might expand upon that?
So I don't want to speak for Chief Arvo Looking Horse because his wife, Paula, is a friend of mine, and might be watching right now, and what I want to do is have his words say his own intention. I don't want to speak for him, so if you don't mind, because you're asking me, I'm going to read you what really quickly from his own words. We, the keepers of the sacred sites, have heard your calling, your prayers, and your journey to your sacred site of MaunaKea is not only important to your culture and tradition, but we, the spiritual leaders and medicine people, know that the sacred site is part of all of our lives. In our tradition and culture, this is like a church, a temple, a sacred place where we do our prayers. We extend our heart and prayers for your nation to protect not only the sacred site, but the Miniwichoni, water of life, which is the most important part of our ceremonies, along with the fire and air. And he wrote that in 2005, and I included it here so that I would not dare to speak for such an esteemed elder as Chief Arvo Looking Horse.
Thank you. If you know, Pua, when he said those words, do you know if he was speaking on his behalf, just himself personally, or on behalf of other elders from other reservations as well?
He definitely was speaking on behalf of the elders who were in the circle. He has the, I'm going to say to my knowledge, he is highly esteemed, recognized by the people, not just on Turtle Island, but also in every place that he has gone to hold World Peace and Prayer Day over the years, and just in his interaction. And so I would say definitely he was speaking for beyond himself, and we were sealing that over the bowl of water that was there.
It is my experience, Pua, that the support for the protection of the traditional and cultural practices and the integrity of MaunaKea transcends these islands and travels across the world. Is your participation in this ceremony an example of that global support?
I'm going to give you a short answer, but I will say this. MaunaKea, the support for MaunaKea, has come from people all across Turtle Island and around the world. Whenever possible, they have come to MaunaKea to stand with us. Every day we have support for the Mauna from people around the world. And how do we know that? We know that through social media. We know that because they have come here, and we know that because we have traveled to their places. So as you know, I've just returned recently from Standing Rock, where those water protectors have stood their ground simply to protect the water from millions of people from a pipeline going under their river. And we have gone there because they have supported us. It's our turn to support them. And we have had them here in our midst, and I have attended their court cases as well. This is the time, indeed, especially over the water, be it spiritually, physically, emotionally, where we, as water protectors, are being asked to make a stand because we have no choice. Because we have no choice. And that is what we are doing. And yes, the support is global because it is pono. It's the only thing we can do.
Mahalo nui. Can you, if you are willing to share, your view on your daughter's participation and their standing for MaunaKea?
I will say both my daughters are here, sitting in the back of the room. So again, I have to say the truth, always the truth, because there are witnesses everywhere and because that's what's right. My daughters, like I said, when I first was asked by Mo'oi Nanea to stand and try one more time to stop the telescope, I was filled with fear, everyone. I was very afraid. I was a school teacher. My girls were never afraid. When I said in that letter and film that my younger daughter said, stand, even if you stand alone, she meant that. When my older daughter said, don't leave this for me to clean up, she meant that. I have stood by their side on the mountain. I have stood to protect the mountain with them. I am proud of them and all other young ones who have stood, because they stand, I have hope. We need to be raising a future generation where our children are going to be willing to stand. Not just willing, but they will see that there's no other way, because what would that other way be? They will stand for their beloved Hawaii and our life ways and our water and our mountains. And I have hope because my girls stand. I stand.
Mahalo. If I may, I believe you answered many of the questions I had sought to ask. But if you could give me your opinion concerning the spiritual integrity of water and its connection to MaunaKea.
So I'm going to summarize that, be quicker. So I'm going to just have us imagine, and myself indeed, when that water falls from the sky, in a pure form, hopefully. When it falls from the sky, it falls on the earth. And as it falls to the earth, and in this case, on the Mauna, think about it in terms, if you will, in my opinion, of what you're going to drink. The purest water that our kupuna regarded as sacred because it was the closest to the heavens. It fell from the sky, it fell to the top of the Mauna. So when we say that we didn't go up there, it wasn't because it was a punishment for us. It was because that was where the water fell, be it in snow form, hail form, rain form. Because in our chants, the way we regarded water was sacred. He vai eola, he vai kapu, he vai hu. Water is life. And so the place that the water fell upon, if we could just keep that clean, sacred. So if we don't have a business going to where the first water falls, perhaps we didn't need to go there. But when the water falls on the Mauna, it's going to end up being somebody's water. Because it is our water aquifer, it is our watershed, it is the spirit of our water. When I think about what that water will be falling on, not just physically, but energetically, spiritually, when I think about that, I think about everybody who is in favor of the building of that project. I hope you're up there when that construction is happening I hope you're not only saying that from down here and you're never on the summit. I hope you see it through if it would be built, because I want you to see where the water is falling, what it's falling on. The turmoil and chaos of desecration, construction, and destruction. That's what that water, that first heavenly water, the vai eola, the vai kapu, is going to be falling on. And unless you can pray it and transform it, that is the water one day that somebody's going to be drinking. That's what I think about. That's my opinion on the water, spiritually speaking.
Pua, again, if I were allowed, I would just let you give us your mo'olelo about the Mauna. I believe I'm through. I just wanted just a clarification for perhaps those who might not know. Is Turtle Island also referred to in another way?
You would say perhaps that it would be that landmass known as America.
Okay. Mahalo nui, Pua.
Thank you. Thank you.
Sorry. I had to go out a few times during your testimony. I had to go out several times during her testimony because it causes me great pain to see. I know what it takes to have to reveal sacred things and the amount of effort that you have to put out, knowing that the repercussions. And so it hurts me very much to have to know that our people have to go that far away, that we have to give such sacred information to those who couldn't care. There are several questions I had, but there's some really important ones for me. You talked about if you were to just stand on the side and let this 30-meter telescope be built without doing your part to prevent it, it would cause you such guilt and despair that you would almost be embarrassed to go there and try to pretend like nothing happened. Is that similar to what I heard?
I would agree with that, yes.
I have that same thing too. I find it very, very difficult to explain things that are not tangible in the white world, but it is so vivid to us. The harms that were described in the NASA EIS as being significant, substantial, can't remember the other word. Adverse. In a nutshell, will you call them irreparable? Irreparable?
Are you referring to what's already up there on the Mauna? I would say most definitely so.
So we're being subjected to irreparable harm. Would that be correct to say?
Are you talking about us as physically in our body form, or can you clarify that, please?
Actually, because we live in so many forms, all of the forms. It would start, of course, with the spirit.
I say I can't speak for everyone, but hopefully there are enough of us at this point in time where there's no real separation between us and the lands that are special to us or the lands that are sacred to us, where we are coming back to a time when we give ourselves permission to say again, as in the Olelo No'ea, we are the land and the land is us. So when there is harm to the places that we hold dear, don't we feel that? Don't we feel it, the eha? I know that when I go past a Naiho Umalu till this day, and it was sold before my younger daughter, I believe, was born, I can't look down there. I don't look at a Naiho Umalu when I go past, and that's only because I just can't, because it hurts me that I'm not camping down there.
If I remember correctly, that used to be called Parker Ranch Beach?
Yes.
Had to go to Poco?
Yes.
Past Auntie Rose house?
Yes.
Yeah. I know, I caught my first fish there. And so, it was interesting when you were talking about Manaua. Can you break down that word, Manaua?
So best to our ability, mana, which really, I believe, the depth of it really has no translation, but if you would just go with what most commonly we would say, mana being power, spiritual power, ua, rain, that's what it's about there. It's about the power to ask for rain, the power to bring rain, mana ua.
Thank you. I wanted to bring that up because I was raised in Waimea and I went through several of the droughts there. And I remember one time when you told me, are you coming to Manaua? And I was like, where's that? I'm trying to think of it. And then you showed me a picture and I said, oh, that's the one by Anarancha?
Yes, it is.
And because I'm from that gap too, I wasn't traditionally raised in a Hawaiian family. I was raised as a cowboy. I couldn't even tell you what a coconut tree looked like at one time. But Pipi, I could tell you all about Pipi, how to ride horse.
And Your Honor, I'm not going to object, but I think we all know that Mr. Fergerstrom has his testimony to give at another time. But if he could direct the question to the witness, please.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so, and so when you speak of mo'o, Candace, one of the testifiers before yourself, had talked about how she has been able to take some of the literature and break it down to the maps. And I think she described the mo'o as like the spine. I asked her a question yesterday that I didn't mean to catch her off guard, but I had to do with the lei niho palaua. That's also referred as the long tongue of the lizard or mo'olelo, yeah? And so, anyway, when we speak of
Yes, we are.
our root goes right back to the center of the earth. And Waiao, where MaunaKea lives, is that highest water port above that. Is that correct?
One of those places is Waiao, yes.
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 You also said that, I found this very striking because it's a very real statement. That your ancestors had told you, or it was that. Is that correct? When you spoke of the various connections to other water sources, like on Turtle Island and stuff, is it because MaunaKea is actually the pico of the earth?
If you are asking me if that is what I believe that MaunaKea is a significant pico of this earth that is connected to other very significant picos of other places.
Thank you. I found it very interesting, your description of the agreement that you made with the stone to travel to Hokulea. Is that something that is done traditionally and customarily? I guess I'm saying that in the sense that you just don't take rock from any place.
You definitely don't just take rocks from any place, yes. In our case, anything that we do is preceded by pule, preceded by counsel, and preceded by guidance. And if and when we are granted permission, then we proceed. That's how I would answer that.
That's very good, because that also ties into why you had to go to New York to assure that rock that we were standing in its stead while she makes this journey. Is that correct?
Yes.
I'm looking forward to hear from your daughters. Mahalo Anula.
If I may, please, Hank, I saw that you were in pain, and so if I can just say to you, everything that I'm saying today, I have permission to say. I would say nothing that I shouldn't be saying, and that I really look at it as a joy and a celebration to be able to share this information. I'm just knowing that it's sensitive and uncomfortable, and I acknowledge that, but I want to assure you that I really am happy to do it, and I have permission to do it.
Yes, and I would like to assure you that I know that you had to have permission, and you
Yeah.
did it correctly.
Okay,
Mahalo
thank
Anula.
you. I don't want you to leave here any
No,
other way.
thank you.
Thank you.
Ms. Kihoy?
Aloha.
Aloha.
And Pua. In your video that was played in the beginning of your testimony, I recognized a chant that references MaunaKea, and that I've personally chanted while on MaunaKea. Malana mai. I'm wondering if you can explain what a couple of the verses mean. The first one, He kupe no kava'a o poli'ahu. Can you please explain what that means?
That chant, Malana Mai Ka'u, is really a very long chant. We took a little piece of it that we found in the Pukehele no Emalani. It's a collection of chants for Queen Emma. I selected that chant to be a school-wide chant for the school I was teaching at, and it became the Hokulea worldwide chant, the chant that the canoe would hear, the last chant as it leaves this area of Hilo, and the first chant that it will hear when it comes back to Hawaii Island. And that line, He kupe no kava'a o poli'ahu. That line says, if you want to refer to pu'u poli'ahu, no matter where you go, the end piece, the kupe of the canoe, is always secured on poli'ahu. That is a beautiful way of saying to a voyager on a long voyage or a short voyage, no matter where you go, you are always anchored on the Mauna.
Thank you. And the verse that follows that one, the next verse, He pala mauna awakea iluna.
That particular line, the word pala means sealant, and it means that Mauna Awakea seals us all together.
Thank you. In your testimony, you mentioned a few of your kumu and teachers. Are you familiar with Hale Mokua and his teachings?
Yes,
and,
I am.
And spiritual guidance?
Yes.
Has he contributed or helped ground or shape any spiritual connection for you?
Yes, he has.
Okay. I know that, and you may have mentioned this earlier, but I know you have many relations all over the world that stand in support of our mountain, and we stand in support of theirs as well, whether it's a mountain or a stream or an ocean. Can you explain how or if this project has a negative impact on their lives?
I will say from my personal experience, MaunaKea and the stance to protect our mountain has inspired and influenced movements around the world. How do I know this? Because they tell me so, the people of these places. They will write to us and say, because you stand, we stand. Because you are brave, we are brave. I'll use one example. This morning I looked on my Facebook page. LaDonna Allard, from the leader of Sacred Stone Camp, wrote me a message. She's in a blizzard in North Dakota right now. She said, Pua, quite simply, I stand for your mountain, because she knows I'm here today. And if we have been following the Standing Rock situation, I would say that MaunaKea was one of the contributors that inspired many of them to stand.
Thank you. Do you believe that Native Hawaiians have a birthright to protect their lands from desecration?
I would say, if you're speaking of an inherent birthright, if we look through our history, I personally would say that we do, but I also believe that in this time, there are those of us who are not as connected to the land anymore, or the water, or the life ways. And if you ask them how many traditions they participate in, they might not have very many. So it's more difficult. I've been a school teacher almost 30 years. I've taught a lot of Hawaiian kids. I can tell you at the beginning of my teaching, if I asked them how many had traditional practices, over half the room would raise their hand. Now, if I even ask them how many of them ranch, and that's not a traditional practice, but it is a local Hawaiian, Hawaiian practice for the Hawaiian cowboys and families, I would say 4 might raise their hand. So in the times that we've been increasingly disconnected from not just the land and the water, but also our ways, it's harder and harder to stand for something and protect something if you're not connected to it, more than just standing on it, but really connected. So that's the challenge that we have, and that's why we are, that's why we're standing in this way, to inspire our people to go back to that, to become more connected and be able to do that.
Okay. And for Native Hawaiians who receive the call to come forward, do you believe that they have a birthright to lay their bodies down in order to protect their land from desecration?
I'm not sure if the birthright would be what I would phrase with that. I believe that they have a kuleana to protect their island home and their ways. They have a kuleana. We have a kuleana. We have a gift. We have a privilege of being able to say we are Native Hawaiian, native to this land. And it is a practice, kuleana. However, it is a choice too. For some of us, it's not, because it has chosen us. And so we have no choice. When the mountain calls, we go. But if you are not at that place, if you've not been taught that, if you've not received that, and if you've not been prompted, then you have to really make a choice. And not everybody is at a place to make that choice. So for those of us who choose, we have to stand even stronger for them and for their children and for their children's children. So we stand for all.
Thank you. So for those Native Hawaiians who receive that call and commit to that kuleana, to move forward, do they have the right to be arrested in order to protect their lands from desecration?
Again, I'm not sure if the right is the right word to use. We have the right. It's a consequence of standing, is the possibility of a repercussion that includes being arrested. My older daughter was arrested as well. It's a consequence, it's a repercussion in the system that we are in. That's how I would answer that.
Thank you. And I just have one last question. For the Native Hawaiians who receive that call and commit to that kuleana, do they have the right to feel proud, to lay their bodies down, to be arrested, and to commit acts of resistance in order to protect their lands from desecration?
I'm going to answer that by saying, to stand for something like MaunaKea. To stand is the gift that the mountain gives you. To protect your Mauna is a privilege. To protect your Mauna is something that your grandchildren will never forget. They will say, my grandmother stood. And that is everything.
Thank you. I agree. Mahalo and Pua. Thank you.
Mahalo.
Mr. Ashida?
Thank you, Judge. May I begin?
Yes.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Aloha.
The onset, appreciate you sharing matters which you indicated were very personal to you. And I assure you none of my questions will be in that area. But along the lines of things that are very personal, deeply personal, is that something that you think is uniquely Native Hawaiian to have these, to hold very, I don't want to use the word secret, but private, these earnest beliefs?
Do I think they are only Native Hawaiian?
Yeah.
Definitely not.
Okay. Yeah. So would you agree with me then that with respect to those persons, Native Hawaiian and otherwise, who do support the TMT, that they may have very personal, deep beliefs concerning what they believe? Would you agree that they may have their reasons?
I'm sure they have their reasons, but their reasons would not be along the same line that I'm testifying in.
Right.
I believe everybody has their reasons for the sides that they have taken. Yes, I believe that.
I guess I'll just, ask you the bottom line question is, although we may not agree with others' point of view, would you agree that it's important to respect each other's right to have their own point of view?
Are you asked, wait, let me just think about that
that was
question. Okay.
that was a terrible question. Let me back up, okay? You agree that, would you agree that people have different points of view?
Yes, I would agree with that.
And would you agree that people have different reasons for having their point of view or their beliefs?
Yes, I would agree with that.
Accepting that, even if those beliefs are not aligned with yours, do you believe that they have a right to have their point of view, even if they're not similar to yours?
If you are talking in general, of course.
Okay. And if I'm talking about the TMT, you would agree similarly, they have a right to have their views, correct?
If you are asking me if everyone can have their own point of view on the TMT, I would say everyone can have their own point of view, yes.
And some of those persons who have a differing point of view happen to be Native Hawaiian, correct?
A few that I've heard of, yes.
Okay. I guess what I'm driving at is, you would agree with me that it's incorrect to say that all Native Hawaiians oppose the development of the TMT, correct?
Can you ask me that one more time, please? I'm sorry.
No, that's okay. That's all right. Would you agree with me that not all Native Hawaiians oppose the TMT?
I would agree with you because wasn't Mr. Coleman here? And he was pro-TMT. So yes, I would agree with that.
Okay. Would you also agree with me that there are Native Hawaiians who support the TMT who may not be part of this proceeding?
I'm trying to think if I know any of them or if I should just say yes in a general sense. There could be.
All right. Ms. Case, I want to thank you for your testimony and your response to my questions. Your Honor, I have nothing further.
Thank you.
Mr. Sinkin?
Good afternoon, Pua.
Good afternoon.
I'm Lanny Sinkin, here representing the Temple of Lono.
Aloha.
Could you demonstrate a cultural practice that's relevant to MaunaKea that you regularly and consistently practice?
When I go to MaunaKea, I stop at Pu'uhuluhulu. I would say all of the time before I go up the Mauna. And if I were there right now, at that moment, I would walk up to the ahu and I would put my hand on a cornerstone and I would greet that ahu. And then I would face my Mauna. And I would say, wake up mo'oina nea, because I have something to ask you, share with you. I come here to honor you. So if I were doing that right now, and I'll keep it really short, I would like to take you all to the Mauna with me right now because it's better than me talking about it. It's demonstrating how I feel about the Mauna, my practice on the Mauna. And this particular chant, I'm just going to do a little piece of it. In the way that I would be doing it, would be going from Pu'uhuluhulu all the way to the northern plateau and all the way to the summit. And it would be greeting them. And if I were going up the Mauna, I would say, let this chant serve to lead me there, and may it meet me on the top. So I'm just going to just share a little bit. And Eala means to wake up. And when you wake up your kupuna, like waking up grandma when you go grandma's house, you better have a reason. Right? Else they're going to say, what you waking me up for? So I'm just going to do this little piece. And I'm going to end there. Thank you.
Mahalo.
Because I'm not going to wake up anybody to come down here. I believe they're already here. So, but that's a chant to that I do at Pu'uhuluhulu to wake up the Mauna.
And why do you engage in that practice?
I engage in it because that's the way it is. That's protocol. When you go to your grandma's house, if you're raised in an old way, at least local style, Waimea, when you get into the yard and you didn't call first, you step out. And from the car, from the yard, you go, "Hui, grandma." Anybody ever did that? "Hui, grandma," from outside, because you want to give grandma time to get ready, comb hair, change clothes, get the coffee on. Walk up the stairs is when you get to the 9,000 feet. And you say, "Hui, grandma," but you didn't go to the door yet, because you give grandma a chance to get ready. When you go up to the summit, you're knocking on that door. And you say, "Grandma, I'm here." That's why I do that at the bottom.
We have had some discussions in the past about the impact of MaunaKea, particularly on kupuna.
On what?
On kupuna, the impact of the TMT project on kupuna. And I was wondering if you could just share with everyone a couple of examples of what you have seen in terms of the impact.
Are you talking about with the telescopes that are already up there? I just need some clarification.
I know one story I certainly remember was about the fact of the ones that are already there and the impact that had on the elder that couldn't look up on the mountain.
Oh, okay, the kupuna. I'm sorry. He's asking me, I believe, about the impact of the telescopes there on some of the kupuna. And I know that it's my own recounting of that. So I'm going to say to that, there is a kupuna who stated, like I did for Anai Ho'omalu, that one, they didn't know they had the right to say no in their time period. It was a long time ago, and they thought it's what you do. You don't have the right to say no once you're not the predominant people, perhaps. Once you're in a law system. So they didn't say no, and now it's hard to look up there. But I do want to say that there is a kupuna in Waimea who refers to MaunaKea as Big Mama, who, when he thought we had lost, and that was the first contested case, and when he read that, he directly came up to me and said, Pua, is it over? Did we lose? Because if we lost, I can't live past this. And I said, Kupuna, we did not lose. That is the impact on more than one kupuna in my area. I can't speak for them all, but...
Well, and you spoke of your own responses as including despair and guilt, and I think those two...
Oh, yes.
Yeah.
We're familiar with that.
And when you talked about your practices on the Northern Plateau, I was taking notes as fast as I could, so let me see if I captured what you were talking about. Going up at sunrise to welcome the sun, reciting chants, honoring ancestors whose bones are there now turned to dust, praying for those who do not have a Pono relationship to the Mauna, a forgiveness chant, and assuring the ancestors of the commitment to prevent disturbances. My question is actually very specific about all of that. In all of that, did you leave something at the site that would physically identify the fact you had been there conducting a ceremony?
Yes.
And was that a permanent structure or a temporary offering?
We leave offerings there. I'm going to say this. On one hand, yes, we leave offerings that you can see. But your prayers, your chants, your intention, and the communication between yourself and the deities and the spirit world and MaunaKea is also there as well.
Right. And discussing your daughters and their experiences related to the Mauna, would you say that standing to protect a sacred site has offered them an opportunity for profound and long-lasting learning?
Most definitely.
And offering them also an opportunity to embrace values that will guide them for the rest of their lives?
Values far beyond what they could ever read in their books, yes.
Mahalo, that's all the questions I have.
Mr. Vicente?
Dwight Vicente. I want to thank Ms. Pua for her case, for her testimony. I'm going brain dead this afternoon, so I'll pass. Thank you.
And I have no objections to that.
Mr. Freitas?
Aloha winala.
Aloha.
First of all, I'd like to thank you and mahalo you for all your persistence in preserving the rights of our people as Native Hawaiians identified by the state constitutions, Hawaii State Constitution. Did you know me before I came up to the Mauna?
No, I did not.
Did you know my wife before I came up to the Mauna?
No, I can't say I knew her either.
Did any of your family, as you grew as a little child in Waimea, and as you watched them throughout their lives, stand for the rights of Native Hawaiians?
Yes.
My mother. Well, first of all, do you know who, forgive me, Auntie, Martina Whitehead is?
Yes.
Did she stand for Native Hawaiian rights?
Yes, she did.
My mother is her sister. I don't know if you know my mom, but her name was Jojo. Does that ring a bell?
I'm not sure, Billy.
Okay. Well, they did stand for Hawaiian rights. My mother was an applicant, and the question is coming after, of Hawaiian homes since 1952. In 1983, the Department of Hawaiian Homelands at that time, before that, it was Hawaiian Homes Commission. But because of the 1959 Admissions Act as a state of the United States, they had to renew their applications. Did your parents have to go through that?
No, my father got a parcel of Parker Ranch land, so we were lucky. We didn't have to go through that. We have Parker Ranch land, but I have two of his brothers have Hawaiian homelands.
What I'm relating my story to is the ways that since Hawaii has been occupied by the United States, we have been moved in areas with no understanding, no clarity. Do you feel your own feeling that our rights as Native Hawaiians prior to 1978 state constitution, that our rights as Kanaka Maole ko Pa'aina forced us into a lot of procedures in order to acquire land? Would you agree that is a form of threat, duress, and coercion?
And, Your Honor, I think I'm going to object just that in. It's kind of going out of the witness's written direct testimony, and I'll leave it at that.
Mr. Freitas?
Okay. I'll withdraw that question.
Thank you.
You often hear me address the court in those words.
I do hear that, yes.
As I myself, as a Keahi of MaunaKea. I made that commitment and realized that it's not a commitment, it's a kuleana. It's a responsibility of my position here given to me by a creator greater than man that places laws upon myself. And with that commitment and kuleana, I was moved to stand with the Kia'is of MaunaKea. During that process, did you have knowledge of the spirit that moved the people at that time to construct an establishment for prayers and offerings for the plateau of North Kauai?
Are you talking about a particular ahu, or are you talking about the ahu, the more than one ahu? I just want to be specific so I can say if I was aware of that.
We're moved, I was part of it, moved to establish an area for prayers and offering on
I am aware that that occurred, yes. I am aware that you were moved by spirit to do that. Yes, I am aware of that.
Prior to that, you had no knowledge that that was going to happen?
No.
On the second day after establishing the ahu, do you remember the coming down and seeing the spirit move the people that was there to establish the second ahu?
Are you talking about at the location of the second ahu? Was
Yes.
I there? Is that what you're asking me? Or I just want to
Yes.
be clear. And can you tell me which ahu that is so I can specifically say if I was there or not? Is it the ahu?
I'm talking about, well, let me
Okay.
retract. There was an ahu established for prayers and offerings, and that's the first ahu as you go down the proposed access road to the proposed TMT site. The second day, did you have any knowledge that another ahu was going to be built?
I can't remember, Billy, if I had knowledge that another ahu was built, but are you referring to me coming there?
Yes.
I want to get this exactly right. And do you recall, I'm sorry, I have to ask because I want to clarify. Do you recall if I was with someone else or was I by myself?
I think you were with, you brought a group of people.
Okay. You know, I'm going to say, Billy, that I can't remember if I was exactly aware of that you folks were, that there was ahu going up there. I'm not sure if I came for that reason or if I came to bring a group there. I can't really recall, but nevertheless, I was there.
Thank you. So, not knowing that one ahu was going to be established, then coming with a group of people on a huaka'i, I believe that was, you surprised us. And we were surprised. I was just trying to we had no instructions by anyone. And because you're testifying, I just wanted to make it clear to the hearings officer that we had no instructions. But most of all, I have to say that there was a lot of people, young people, that had been moved that day to establish the second Ahu. And under the conditions of those, their emotions, I had no clue why. But they said, Anakala, we need to establish another Ahu.
Mr. Freitas, I'm really sorry to interrupt you, but
Yes.
you know, your time will come for your
Okay.
testimony, and that certainly is something that we want to
Oh.
hear about. But if you're going to ask a
Okay.
question,
Sorry, I
Please
didn't
feel
know.
free.
I was going to come to a question at the end of this explanation, but anyway.
it's appropriate to set context for your
Yeah.
question,
Mhm.
but this sounded a little bit more like
Okay.
you want to give testimony, and unless you're under oath, and
I understand.
Okay.
I was going a little bit too far.
so please continue.
But in general, the effects of those ahus, would you agree with me that they were caused by emotional, spiritual necessity?
And Your Honor, I'm just going to object on the grounds that it's cause for speculation on her part, and that's my objection. Thank you.
Mr. Freitas?
Okay. It's okay. It's good. It's good. I just wanted to be noted in the record that we were moved. We were very moved. And we were moved because of the spirit of the kupuna. Spirit kupuna. Would you agree that they exist?
I most certainly would, Billy.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Thank you, Mr. Freitas. Mr. Kanaile is not here. Mr. Manat?
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Ms. Case.
Aloha.
I am Pete Manat, representing the University of Hawaii. When did you first hear about the TMT project?
To my recollection, and I don't mean to be vague, but that's way back in like 2010 or so. So I'm going to say that I don't mean to be vague, but I'm not particularly sure. But I will say that I believe it was in 2010 that my daughter directed me regarding Mo'oinanea. But I might be mistaken, and I'm going to point that out. I'm not exactly sure. It wasn't something that I was hearing about or reading about, and I'm sorry about that, but that's what I can answer.
All right. Well, when was the first time you recall hearing about the fact that a large telescope was planned to be constructed on the Northern Plateau?
And objection, isn't it, she just answered that question?
Yeah.
Are you asking something general, a different question?
A little further along, because I believe you indicated there wasn't too much specific up front. So what I'm trying to get to now is when you first realized that there was going to be a large telescope constructed on the Northern Plateau, whether it be by TMT or anyone.
Okay, so I don't
I'll allow that to be answered,
Okay.
please.
So I'm going to tell you what I recall right now. What I recall is that when my daughter pointed out to me, or when we were at Manaua, and she said, Mom, Mo'oinanea is asking you to try one more time And I said, try what, to do what? And she said, to try one more time to stop the telescope. I honestly am not sure that I really knew about it, but what I can tell you is that I went home immediately and I told my husband that Mo'oinanea had asked me to do that. And I recall that they began planning right away to ask for standing in the case. That's what I recall.
So your recollection is your first knowledge came after the CDUA process was initiated and a contested case hearing was commenced?
An objection. I think the witness has already explained that she's not quite sure. I think my objection is asked and answered. The witness has already explained she's not quite sure as to when she was known that this project was occurring, and right now he's trying to ask specifics, and I think she says she's not certain, and that's asked and answered.
Mr. Manat, also foundation.
Okay. Well, I'm trying to establish if you know or can recall whether you heard about this project after the contested case hearing process the first time around was initiated.
You know, I wasn't following it back then, so to ask me in context of the contested case hearing and all of that, I had a slow go into this. So what I mean by that is I wasn't really aware of the entire process that was going on. So I can't answer that question. I'm not sure when the contested case was already commencing or CDUA. I just know that Mo'oinanea asked me to try one more time, and I'm not sure where we were in the process or where the process was at that point. So I'm not going to be able to answer that because I really don't know.
Okay. So once you did find out about the TMT project, did you contact anyone at TMT or others to voice your concerns about the project?
Did I contact anyone from TMT to complain or to no, I can't say I did that because I wouldn't, no, I did not. I wouldn't even know at that point who to contact. I contacted, no, I'm going to leave it at that. Okay. No, I did not.
All right, thank you. Did you appear at any public hearings or make any public challenge known about your position?
I believe that are you talking about the first time or just in general?
Yes, whenever the first time was that you can recall.
The first time that I can,
I think, can I ask, I'm going to check because there was like 2 questions asked as a compound question, and I want to get clarity before she answers which question he's referring to.
I'm going to ask you to re-ask the question.
All right. When do you first recall participating in a public challenge to the TMT project?
And I'm going to object on that because it's vague and what he means by public challenge.
Did you understand the question, Mrs. Case?
It's the challenge part that I'm not sure about.
All right, then I'm going to ask you to rephrase.
All right. Do you recall going to any public meetings where you voiced your concerns about the TMT project?
Yes.
Okay. At that meeting, did you voice your concerns about the project?
I remember being at a meeting where I can't remember specifically if I voiced concerns about the project at this particular meeting, but what I can say is at this meeting, we turned in a petition that was signed by 500 people in our community for MaunaKea.
Were you aware of any public notices to attend hearings related to the underlying environmental review process?
No.
Do you recall if you ever discouraged people from participating in the EIS process by boycotting open house meetings?
Can you ask that again, please?
And I'm going to object on the grounds that which EIS meetings is he talking about? It's still vague because there have been a number of EIS meetings going on this island, and he has not been specific. So due to vagueness, I'm going to object to that question.
I'll clarify it, Your Honor. Do you recall ever notifying people that they should boycott any public proceeding related to the project?
If they should boycott attending?
Yes.
I can't recall if I would specifically say to boycott a meeting. I can't recall that.
Earlier, you testified that you use a Facebook account. Is that right?
Yes, I do. Sacred Facebook, actually, yes.
Okay. Do you recall a time when you, as, quote, Pua Case, end quote, posted on Facebook a request to boycott the EIS, quote, open houses?
I believe, was I there at the meeting?
No, my question is, did you post onto your Facebook page a request that other people boycott and not participate in the EIS open houses?
I'm not sure. I would have to see my page, and if you have that to show me, then I could say yes or no.
Okay. Do you recall if the group Keahi, yourself and your husband signed a letter which called for action to not participate in EIS open houses?
I don't recall that, but if you show it to me again.
All right, Your Honor, I'd like to mark next in order, I believe it's Exhibit A-129, a screenshot capture of what appears to be Ms. Case's Facebook posting.
All right. Would it be possible to have that shown on the overhead projector?
Oh, sure.
All right, if you could take a look at that and let me know when you're done reading it.
Sure. I can see that I wrote the top part. It has my name on there.
I'm going to object to this and offer of proof of this, the validity of this particular document and where it's from.
Well, Your Honor, I'm asking the witness to establish whether this is is a copy of a Facebook posting that she made on the date here of February 1, 2015.
And
Thank
how,
you.
the question goes back to how can she verify that, if it's from her actual posting or not?
She's looking at it. She'll tell us if she can or cannot identify it. I believe you said, Mrs. Case, that you think the top part was yours.
This is in reference to a letter, an open letter I see that was posted on Facebook. And there is a note on the top of it.
So, I'm going to object to this particular line of questioning and to this particular document, because early on, the council said that this particular EIS had to do with this particular project, and I'm assuming he was talking about the TMT project. But looking at this particular reference, it's actually an EIS that has to do with a master lease, and it has nothing to do with this particular project. So there seems to be some confusion on the council's part as this particular EIS in regards to the line of questioning. So I'm objecting to this line of questioning.
Mr. Bernat?
Well, Your Honor, the document speaks for itself in that it does refer to the TMT project. It refers to the EIS. It certainly is for this project, and I think this witness can testify whether she recalls whether this document relates to the TMT project or not.
I'm going to overrule the objection and allow the questioning to go forward. So ask your question.
So, Ms. Case, do you recall posting on February 1, 2015, the material that is contained within this document?
I don't recall that, but I see that this is a Facebook post, and I see my name on the top of that note. Is that what you're referring to?
Yes.
The note that would have been a forwarded letter, is that what you're asking me to?
Yes, I'm trying to establish whether you recognize the words at the top of this document as being words that you wrote in or around February 1, 2015, and that you posted the contents of this document on your Facebook page.
I'm pausing before I answer that. So you are asking me again if I forwarded or posted that particular letter on my page?
Yes.
I'm going to say that it is possible.
All right, if you turn to the third page, at the bottom, there's a reference to various petitioners who are present here for this hearing. Also included is the Flores case, Ohana, which appears to be represented as a signature page for this letter. Do you see that?
I do.
Do you recall reading the contents of this letter before it was posted?
I can't recall reading it.
Posted?
I can't recall reading it, and there's more than one party in my household, so I'm not saying that we did not.
So after looking at the first page here, does this refresh your memory as to whether or not you ever advocated boycotting attending EIS open houses for this project?
I'm going to object again. Council's referring to this project. I'm assuming he's referring to the TMT project.
He's referring to this post.
No, he says project, but that's what I got to clarify. If he says the TMT project, this EIS was not for the TMT project. This EIS was regarding the master lease.
Mr. Manat.
Your Honor, we're trying to determine whether or not she ever posted a document that would call for boycotting and not attending public hearings related to the project. It doesn't have to be the EIS for, you know, the underlying construction. It can be related to the lease, but the point of this question is, did she call for boycotting attending an open house for the TMT project itself?
And I'm going to object further on because the council's interjecting between his discussion, between his comments, hearings and open houses. This was not a hearing. This was an open house. This was not for the TMT project. This was an EIS specific for the master lease.
You can deal with it on redirect.
Okay.
I'm going to overrule the objection. Go ahead.
All right, so I just want to establish at the bottom of this page, the words that are written here in the last paragraph do refer to boycott the so-called EISPN open house, correct?
I'm sorry.
At the bottom of the first page.
Oh, the first page?
Yes.
Yes.
Where it states, we believe it is most prudent for us to boycott the so-called EISPN open house, correct?
I see that there. Yes, it is there.
Do you recall advocating or taking that position in 2015?
I don't recall that.
Do you know if you participated in any of the open houses referenced in this letter?
I am not sure if this is the same open house that I indeed attended. I recall, if it is the one in Waimea that you are referring to, I actually did attend. But I am not sure if that's the one you're talking about. I did attend in Waimea, and I also attended, I think it was Imiloa. So I'm not sure if we're talking about the same ones, but if it is in Waimea, for sure, I was there.
All right, for the one in Waimea, do you recall making any comments during that hearing?
It wasn't a hearing, it was an open house. So is it, are we talking about the same thing? Can you clarify if it's an open house or a hearing that I'm involved in here?
All right, well, I'm trying to get from your testimony, and I apologize if I'm not following exactly how you would articulate it.
Oh, just
But
an
you
open house or a hearing is very different, so.
Right, but you mentioned that there was some kind of a gathering in Waimea, correct?
There was an open house there, yes, and I think you're referring to that, but I want to be sure.
Okay, I am, because I think that's the one you recall attending, correct?
Yes,
Right.
I was there.
So at that one, do you recall making any public comments?
It was no call for comments. You had to walk through and you had to leave your concerns in a bowl or a container. There was no call for any public comments.
All right, and so just see if I've got this correct. You can't recall if the open house that's referred to in this exhibit is one that you attended or not?
All I can tell you is that I did attend the open house. That's what I can say. So I'm not sure if it's the one that we are referring to here. I don't know how many open houses there have been, but I did attend, or if you want to say attend, I went to the open house, and there be people there that could attest to that.
Okay, no further questions, Your Honor.
Mr. Ng? Do you have quite a bit, Mr. Ng?
I hope not. I'll try to be quick.
I don't want to rush you. If you have quite a bit, we'll recess for the day. If you don't, then perhaps we can finish. unless anyone has objections, because we're very close to finishing.
Well,
Okay, we can recess.
Are you, I'm willing, well, I was going to say I'm willing.
Yeah, Your Honor, if it's, I'm just going to, I know it's just a short recess here, but if Mr. Ng believes that he doesn't have that many questions, and it's possible just a few minutes after, if there's no other objections to conclude this, then we can really move everything along for tomorrow's testimony, and we get everything done, if that's possible.
That's what I was hoping, but
Okay.
there is an objection, so. Now you don't have an objection. You don't have an objection now? Okay. So, Mr. Ng?
Okay, thank you.
Sorry. Are you willing to go forward, Mr. Ng?
Yes.
All right.
Yes. Good afternoon, Ms. Case.
Aloha.
Aloha to you. Could you turn to page 2 of your written direct testimony at the bottom of the page?
I'm there.
Okay, so you talk about the event at Mauna, where Kapule informed you about the Mo'inanea, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And that you had been asked to stop the telescope, correct?
I was asked to try one more time.
Okay.
And I didn't know what that meant, but
All right. So there were, this was the, I guess, the initiation of your effort to stop the telescope.
yes, it was.
Okay. And you felt that that was your kuleana.
Right there at that moment that it was my kuleana?
Yes.
Right there at that moment, I was so scared I didn't want to do it. So I can't say that I felt that it was my kuleana right there. I grew into it. I was,
So
afraid.
if it wasn't your kuleana at that time, eventually it did become your kuleana. Is that correct?
to protect the Mauna, I believe is my kuleana, if that's what you're asking me.
So if you go over to page 3, you talk about a set of adverse impacts upon the Mo'inanea, Poliahu, and Hawaii Island. Is that correct? The bottom of the page?
I'm addressing, yes, what they told us.
Okay, you're addressing who told you?
Are you looking at, can you point out exactly, is it the last paragraph or the paragraph before that? Can you be specific?
Yes, the second to the last paragraph.
Okay, Mo'inanea stated. Is it that paragraph?
Yes.
Okay, so yes, I am reporting what Mo'inanea stated.
Okay, and so you say there that a telescope would block the mo'o's views.
Yes.
Okay. And it would also block the portals, Pico, to Keakua.
Yes.
Okay. Then you go on in the next paragraph to say that the TMT would impact the mo'o in other religious and gods that dwell on the summit, or deities.
Is that in the second the last paragraph?
The last paragraph, you list another reason you're opposing, and you're talking about the impacts TMT would have at the summit.
Okay.
I'm going to check because he's misrepresenting what's written in the testimony, and he's adding words that are that's not in there.
Well, let's look at it directly then. Which
Yes.
sentence
Yeah,
are you
please.
referring to?
Okay, well, I'll just read it. Likewise, see if I read this correctly. I'm looking at the second sentence. Likewise, the proposed new observatory would adversely impact Mo'oinanea and others who dwell on the summit. Did I read that correctly?
I got that, yes. Thank
Okay.
you.
So who are the others that dwell on the summit?
Okay, who are the others that dwell on the summit? When you're looking at the summit, are you referring to including Pu'upoliahu and that whole surrounding area, including the Northern Plateau? I just want to make sure because, you know, we have if you just want me to say what I believe the summit is and then who dwells there, I can do that. I said the word summit.
Okay, let me clarify.
Okay, thank you.
I'm only asking who you meant when you wrote others who dwell on the summit.
Oh, thank you. Okay, thank you for clarifying. I meant family members of Mo'oinanea, and I meant other spirit beings that dwell on that Mauna. So I am looking at not humans on the summit, but I am looking at the cluster of family relations and also deities that are connected to the summit. That is who I am talking about, who I'm referring to.
So it's a religious or spirit, in the religious and spiritual sense.
I'm talking about our kupuna, yes.
Now, let's go on to page 5. At the top, I believe you talk about some of the practices that you conduct today.
Yes.
Okay. So for how long a period of time have you conducted these practices?
Are you talking about chanting practices? Or I do a lot of practices, so if you don't mind, just are we looking at my direct testimony and limiting it to chanting? Or if you could be specific, I can be specific too, and that would be helpful.
Okay, so let's begin first at the bottom of page 4. The very last paragraph, you say, I've held many formal ceremonies up on the Pu'u of Waimea, with each ceremony beginning with facing MaunaKea. See that? And then the paragraph goes on to the next page for another 4 paragraphs. I'm referencing those practices that you talk about in those 4 paragraphs.
Okay. So we're talking about ceremonial practices, and I do talk about chanting, dancing, and honoring these places. Yes. And so what's your question? I'm so sorry.
Okay, so that we're clear, we're talking about MaunaKea and the cultural practices which you describe as formal and sacred, tied with deep abiding aloha.
Yes.
Okay, so the question was, how long have you been conducting those practices?
So if I'm looking at actually conducting the practices, that would be after my uniki, and that would be at the onset of my hula halau, who are in the exhibit pointed out B21E at the top. I would say that I have been doing these particular practices, conducting, I want to be specific to that word conducting. from the pu'us of Waimea to MaunaKea, and all other ceremonies would be roughly from 1991, if I'm looking at conducting.
Okay, thank you. Now, you went on to testify today in response to another cross-examiner's questions that you have gone to the Mauna at least once a month since 2010. Is that correct? You recall that?
Yes.
Okay. And is that true so I take it from that statement that you increased your visits to the Mauna to conduct your practices since 2010?
That would be correct.
Okay. Now, is it fair to say that from the time you began conducting these ceremonies until today, there have always been present at the summit observatories?
You're asking me if there's always been a presence of observatories on MaunaKea?
Yes, since 1991.
Yes.
Okay. And that has not stopped you from conducting those practices, correct?
The practices that I do on the pu'u of Waimea is different than the practices that I do on the Mauna. Some of those practices you have to be on the Mauna. So those particular ones are different than what I'm doing right here.
Okay, but as to the practices that you do on MaunaKea Mountain, have you been doing those since 1991?
I would say I've been chanting since 1991. The prayers and the chants that I do on the Northern Plateau and the ceremonies are different than what I would do elsewhere.
Okay, but the question is, as to the practices at the Northern Plateau or the summit of MaunaKea, when did you begin those practices?
When did I begin doing the practices specific to the summit or the Northern Plateau on the summit in the Northern Plateau?
Yes.
Would be on the site of the proposed TMT, you're asking me maybe? Or just on the summit or on MaunaKea?
Yes.
Well, MaunaKea is huge, so I'm going to say if we're speaking about MaunaKea as a whole, practices that I would have done at the bottom of MaunaKea are different than what I would do at the top. So if you're talking specific to the top of MaunaKea, I would say that that began in approximately, for me, 2010.
And since 2010, referring to the practices that you conduct at the summit of MaunaKea, have those practices changed?
Have the practices from 2010 until now changed on the summit? Is that what you're asking?
Yes.
So this is what I would say as a chanter, as a ceremonial practitioner. The ceremonies deepen. The ceremonies expand as you become more deeply connected to the place that you are standing on. So I hope that what anchors that ceremony, as far as maybe the basic prayers and foundation, are still the basic prayers and foundation, but I hope that the way that I did them in 2010 are much deeper now than they were then, because then I have not grown.
Okay. And these practices at the summit of MaunaKea have continued since 2010, correct?
They have continued, yes.
Okay. And during that entire time, there have been observatories present at the summit of MaunaKea.
I believe I testified earlier.
No, answer that question
I'm
first.
sorry. What was your question?
During that entire time that you've been conducting practices at the summit of MaunaKea since 2010, there have been observatories at the summit ridge on MaunaKea. Correct?
Have there been observatories there while I've been doing my practices?
Yes.
Yes.
Is it fair to say that your practices combine cultural practice with religion and respect for deities?
I'm going to object as a compound question.
Break it up.
Would it be fair to say that your cultural practices are, let me withdraw that, let me restate it. Would it be fair to say that your practices are a combination of cultural practice and religion?
A combination of cultural practice and religion. What would be the definition of religion so that I answer that correctly?
In the common sense, worship, prayer.
Every single cultural practice I do has prayer and reverence and conduct. So if you are asking me if that is incorporated into my cultural practices, I would say that I don't know of any Hawaiian practice that isn't grounded in prayer and sacredness and conduct. So I would say that yes, in the way that I answered it.
Okay. Now, earlier you testified that MaunaKea is sacred. You recall that?
Whether I testified to it or not, I do believe that, so I would say yes to that.
And it was referenced in Chief Arval Looking Horse's statement that it's a church, a temple, and a sacred place.
He did refer to it as that, yes.
Do you refer to it as that?
I believe in my video, I asked people to reference a church, a temple, or a sacred place. But if you're asking me if I can acquaint it to that, to a church, I am saying that when you go to the Mauna, if you need a reference to what it feels like to be on the Mauna and the code of conduct that one is expected to follow, you may think of it as that so that you understand how I feel about the mountain.
I'm just trying to use the words that are in your testimony.
Yes,
Sorry.
I see that Arval did say that, and he may believe that. I believe that he said it is like a church, a temple, a sacred place where we do our prayers So yes, he did reference that.
Okay, and do you agree with that?
Personally, it is where I do my prayers. I would say it could be likened to that, a church, a temple, or a sacred place. It's more about the feeling of it. I want people, if it were me, it's about understanding the feeling of it. Holy.
Now, at the very bottom of page 6, you wrote something in bold.
Yes.
You see that paragraph at the bottom of page 6?
I do.
Okay. And in that second sentence, you say, likewise, this project, referring to the TMT project, would have a devastating impact on my cultural practices and traditions, as well as upon my well-being and health?
Yes.
You did say that, okay.
I
now,
did.
Would that statement be true no matter where the TMT observatory was to be sited within the astronomy precinct?
Yes.
Would that statement be true no matter where the TMT observatory would be sited within the MaunaKea Science Reserve?
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Ng. Mr. Flores, any redirect?
Just a few redirect.
Sure.
And I'll keep it short and timely.
And Ms. Case, in your oral testimony, you made mention of your 2 daughters, a younger daughter and an older daughter. For clarity in the record, who is your younger daughter?
Kapule Flores.
And who is your older daughter?
Havani Rios.
And are they both present here at the contested case hearing today?
Yes.
Thank you. Do you recall, so in follow-up to NUH's legal counsels and questions about providing input in regards to this particular project, do you recall providing testimony at a public hearing in Kona, in particular providing comments at that particular public hearing?
Yes, I do.
And that public hearing was pertaining to the TMT project, is that correct?
Yes.
And do you recall if that was the first time the first hearing that you heard about regarding the TMT project?
To my knowledge, yes.
And at that particular hearing, is that the first time that you met one of the petitioners here, Kealoha Biscot?
Yes.
And at that hearing, is it the first time that do you recall meeting and Deborah Ward at that particular meeting?
Yes.
Okay, so prior to that, you had no knowledge of those 2 particular petitioners?
No, I did not know them before.
And at that meeting, okay, I'm going to move on. But you did know and do know of Ching, who was a petitioner prior to that meeting?
Yes.
And the reason why is that he lives in Waimea, is that the case?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. And were you familiar with Kumu Paul Neves, who was another petitioner prior to that hearing?
I was not aware of him before that, no.
Okay, and did you know of or familiar with the organization Kahea prior to that particular public hearing testimony?
No.
Okay, thank you. So of all the petitioners who were in the first contested case hearing, the only one that you were familiar with or had knowledge of was Ching, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Going to this document that was passed out today which we're going to challenge this authenticity, because if you go on page 2, page 3, and page 4, and page 5, there's certain parts of it that's been redacted in the top of this document, and there's certain sections are left out, and there's a Facebook that says copyright 20. There's sections of it that's missing, so we're going to object to it. But just for your reference, if you look at page 2 of this document, under the heading number 2, protesting a fake EIS process, do you see where that section is?
I see that.
Can you read that first sentence that's on this document?
The first sentence, to be clear, we are not protesting the environmental review process.
Thank you. And then just to follow up on a redirect on counsel for TIO, looking at your written direct testimony, Exhibit B21A, page 3, the bottom last paragraph.
I'm sorry, can you tell me what document that is
That's
again?
your
My written,
written direct testimony.
Okay, what page was
Page
that, please?
3, bottom paragraph.
I have it.
So when the mention was, there was a reference about, in that sentence, second sentence that begins with the word likewise, in a reference to Mo'oi Nanea and others who dwell on the summit. So in the context of you said others are inclusive, would others be inclusive of ancestors?
Yes, they would be.
And would others also be inclusive of higher divine beings?
Yes.
And would others be inclusive of the natural elements?
Yes.
And so when you say, when in a reference to others, and it was because the question was, did it pertain to a religious and spiritual sense? But it's more than a religious and spiritual sense, these others, right? I'm saying, is it more than, is it also, excuse me, these others, are they also about a cultural understanding of who they are?
I need the question again, please.
Okay, so I'm going to rephrase the question. So when it's being referred to Mo'oi Nanea and others,
yes,
who dwell on the summit, is it more than a belief versus a more of a knowing?
Are you pertaining to Mo'oi Nanea and the others?
Yes.
Is it a knowing, a belief?
Yes.
Is that what you're asking me?
Yes.
If I'm referring to those who dwell on the summit, be it Mo'oi Nanea, Poliahuma, or the others, be they natural elements, higher beings, it is all of it. It is everything It is knowing, it is believing, it is trusting, it is faith, it is communication, it is lineage, it is everything.
And also this knowing, and and also this everything. Is this aspect, is this a cultural, is there a cultural basis for this everything that you refer to?
Are you talking me personally?
Yes.
It is based on my cultural knowing, upbringing, traditions, lineage, yes.
And is Mo'oinanea also based upon traditional accounts?
Mo'oinanea is based on traditional accounts, written accounts, oral accounts, chants, stories, traditions, yes.
And when you say stories and chants, are those of antiquity?
Yes, such as Keao Mele Mele, yes.
Okay, thank you. And last question is to follow up about your cultural practices on MaunaKea and within the summit area of MaunaKea. And I believe you touched upon this in your testimony previous to this. So would your practices, if the TMT project was built where it's being proposed in the Northern Plateau, would it curtail your traditional, customary cultural practices?
Yes, it would.
Would it obstruct the open space characteristics of the Northern Plateau if the TMT project was built?
Yes, it would.
I'm sorry, I actually have one last question. On page 6, in the bold section of your written direct testimony, there was a reference to your statement. Likewise, this project would have a devastating impact upon my cultural practices and traditions, as well as upon my well-being and health. Do you see where that statement is?
I see that.
And you wrote that statement in pertaining to the TMT project being built on TMT project being proposed on MaunaKea?
Yes, I did.
Would that statement still be true if the TMT project was built somewhere else other than MaunaKea?
Yes, it would.
And why so?
For me personally, no matter where you put this project, there's still going to be at least 12.5 acres of construction, destruction, and desecration. And would that impact me? It should impact me, because I love this Hawaii more than anything. It's my homeland.
So if this project was built outside of Hawaii,
If it was built outside of Hawaii,
would that statement still be true?
would it have a devastating impact on my cultural practices?
Yes.
I can't say it would have a devastating impact upon my cultural practices as I do them on MaunaKea. But I will say it's going to have a devastating impact possibly on another people.
Okay. Okay. And that's all for and cross your honor. And thank you, Ms. Case, for being with us today and presenting your personal and family perspective on this issue. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Flores.
Mr. Flores.
Ms. Case, you're excused. Thank you.
Thank you.
Tomorrow we begin with Jonathan Osorio. Is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor. The witnesses, we begin with Jonathan Osorio, John Osorio, Narissa Spees, Ruth Alawa, and if we get that far, Mr. Kuching.
Oh.
Clarence Kuching.
What happened to Ms. Ward?
I think Mr. Ching and Mr. Ward have been kind of our rollovers, and I thought that we had, did I make that mistake? Did I say Ms. Ward?
Yes.
Did I say? Yeah, for some reason I thought Mr. Ching was always ahead of Ms. Ward, so.
Well, I thought he was ahead of Ms. Case, which he was, but he apparently was sick today.
Yeah.
And then it was a matter of when he was going to go next, but the lineup that was given to all of us on the 10th, which was yesterday, was Osorio, Spees, Alawa, and Ward.
Your Honor, I believe we are flexible on that, but
Well, everybody else has to prepare, as you know.
Right, right. But I think everyone has been prepared, has been on notice of Ms. Ching, Mr. Ching, and Ms. Ward since the 9th. So I think there's been notice. So it's somewhat, in my mind, Your Honor, flexible concerning.
It's not flexible at this moment. I want to know who's going to go tomorrow. And my last recollection, my notes, is that it was going to be Ms. Ward. When did that change?
Again, I think it was always our understanding that Mr. Ku Ching was ahead of Ms. Ward. So
I don't want to repeat myself. He was
Right.
ahead of Ms. Case, but I can't deal with moving targets.
right, and that's who we intend to call, and if it gets that far, Your Honor. Again, Ms. Ward, I
Well,
guess
it's going to
stands-
be this way.
Okay.
So it'll be Mr. Ching then.
Mr. Osorio.
No.
Oh, okay. I'm
Party
sorry.
witnesses, Mr. Ching and then Ms. Ward.
Yes. in
All
that
right,
order.
so be prepared because we may get to both of them tomorrow.
Okay. Thank you, Your Honor.
Very good. And tomorrow afternoon, I fully expect to be able to line up the rest of the witnesses. Everyone else is going to have to wait. They need to start planning their witnesses as well. So I want to have a calendar for the remainder of the month.
And I think we will have many people address Your Honor's request tomorrow. So there's going to be more than me who will wish to address that issue.
That's fine, as long as everyone is on notice that tomorrow afternoon, we're going to have a calendar so people can have their witnesses ready to go.
And I think everyone will offer their response to you tomorrow, Your Honor. So
I'm just letting you know what's going to happen, how we're going to conclude tomorrow.
thank you, Your Honor.
All right, very good. Mr. Flores?
I just want to make for the record that we do have Kapule Flores that was here. In case Ms. Case had finished early, she would have come on next. So we're just requesting to reschedule her at another date.
Of course.
When the scheduling. I just want to make note of that.
And thank you for being present. I'm very sorry we couldn't get to her.
Okay, but so we intend to call Kapule Flores in an upcoming one of those days.
Well, so tomorrow we have so many witnesses, and then we have next week Thursday, so that's the day that you folks are going to have to focus on.
Right, and it seems that we actually have a number of witnesses as we'll look at it tomorrow. We actually probably will have witnesses for Thursday and Tuesday and Wednesday of the following week. I mean, we have that many witnesses still left, and we're anticipating that we'll probably go into that. But we'll clear that up tomorrow as we draft up our schedules for the end of the month.
All right, we'll see.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Sinkin?
Just a personal point, Your Honor. It is sometimes so cold in this place that my hands hurt. And today we were wrapping up Mrs. Holy in blankets so she could stay in the room. If there's anything we can do about the temperature in here, I ask that it be done.
All right, thank you. We'll note that. And I'll ask. All right, everybody, we'll see you tomorrow at 9 o'clock.
Contested case hearing for the 30-meter telescope project, a proceeding for the State of Hawaii, BLNR, Board of Land and Natural Resources.
The preceding program was a production of Naleo TV.
Inspiration is everywhere.
Inspiration is a way of life.
Inspiration is a homage to the past.
Inspiration is hope for the future.
Inspiration is what people live and breathe.
Inspiration is the birth of new ideas.
At Naleo TV, our inspiration is you.
Watch the TV station that illustrates the diverse voices and passions of the Big Island. Naleo TV.
See it.
Hear it.
And be inspired.
In 1994, Naleo o Hawaii was created to establish a solid foundation for public access television for the island of Hawaii. In 2015, under new management, we were rebranded as Naleo TV. Naleo TV is Hawaii's public access television station, bringing you public, education, and government programming. Naleo TV provides the Big Island with relevant and hyperlocal programming that highlights the beauty and diversity of our communities. We bring you relevant political programming. We provide a platform for people to express their right of free speech by becoming certified producers and sharing their viewpoints. People can also speak on our open mic show, Hawaii Island Speaks Out. We're the first PEG station to bring online training to certified producers, allowing them to learn from the comfort of their homes. Our ongoing vision to promote Hawaii Island communities and citizens to seek out innovative and creative ways to share news stories and to boldly go where few access media centers have dared to venture. We are Na Leo TV, Hawaii Island's community television station. See it, hear it, and be inspired.
Now in times of local Big Island emergencies, tune into Emergency Broadcast Channel on Naleo TV. NLTV provides Hawaii County Civil Defense officials access to our government channel, Cable Channel 55. This allows county government and civil authorities in the event of an emergency to go live on both Cable Channels 55 and on our website at naleo.tv. In the event of a serious emergency, County Civil Defense will preempt programming on Channel 55 to air important emergency updates. Now in times of emergencies, don't just tune into radio, tune into the Emergency Broadcast Channel, Channel 55, or visit us at naleo.tv. In 1994, Naleo o Hawaii was created to establish a solid foundation for public access television for the island of Hawaii. Its ongoing mission to boldly go where no media access station has gone before, to provide our island with relevant and important programs, highlighting the diversity and the beauty of our communities, to educate our keiki and teach them how to communicate and tell their important stories using our media equipment, and to bring government meetings to our channel to provide ultimate transparency. This is our story. This is our journey. Relevant branding, state-of-the-art equipment and facilities, rural media exchange centers for students, and proud sponsorship of Olelo Youth Exchange. Relevant NLTV productions for public, education, and government sectors. The first PEG online training program in Hawaii. A way for producers to practice free speech and passion. Community access television, the final frontier. These are the continuing missions of Naleo TV. Its ongoing vision to promote Hawaii Island communities and citizens, to seek out innovative and creative ways to share news stories, to boldly go where few access media centers have dared to venture. We are Naleo TV, Hawaii Island's community television station. See it, hear it, and be inspired. Naleo TV.
Award-winning lei designer Trish Hedke shares her tips for making a stunning tea leaf lei. Starting with the basic tea leaf lei, Trish will show you how to make and add rosettes so that you can recreate her award-winning loop-de-loop design or create your own unique lei.
To make a lei, first we want to get our tea leaf. And before we start, we want to debone it. And debone it is cutting out this hard bone part in the center. So just take your scissors. Just run your scissors right up along the bone and cut off both sides. So now you have both sides of your tea leaf. And then you want to make it pliable. So I'm going to iron it. And I go about 3 times on the leaf. And you can see the difference between an ironed leaf and an ironed leaf. you can always tell by, when you turn it, this is crunchy, it won't lend itself to being pliable, where this will just twist without breaking. So when you go to make a lei, you iron all your leaf first. Okay. So for the purposes of this video, we're going to use a vise to hold it. If you're at home, you can hold it with your teeth, hold it with your heels, your toe, however you're comfortable. All you're needing to do is create tension so that you can twine as well as having tension at the same time. So before I start, I always make a leader piece. And as you can see in your leaf, it's got veins in it. This is the top of your leaf, and this is the bottom. This would be near the long stem that's connected to the tea plant, like this. So when you go to take a tea leaf off of your plant, you're going to pull it off, and this being the top, and this being the bottom of your leaf. That's important. When you're needing to make a leader piece, which is what we're going to start our tea leaf with, you want to go with the veins. So you're just going to come here, find a vein, and pull it all the way down. Fold it in half, so there's a little circle to put your lei in. Put it in your vise, or this is the part you'd hold with your teeth, your heels, your toes. Okay, it's a nice little piece. Then you get your tea leaf and you decide how many tea leaf and how big you want it for the width of your lei. So this is kind of a small leaf, so I'll put one big and one small. I'll fold them in half, and in half again, just to get it through my leader. Put it through my leader piece and bring both ends to me. I take my right hand and I turn in 3 times, and my left hand I turn out 3 times. I take my left over my right and reposition my hands. Again, 3 times in with the right, 3 times out with the left, crisscross the left over the right, and reposition your hands. As you're making it, you'll see it's going to start to form this little cording, like a roping effect. And you just keep doing the same thing, right in, left out, left over, right. And you're going to get to a part where you have to add some more leaf. So you just twine it a little bit. And then here you can see there's still some leaf, but not enough to continue a lei. So you hold your left hand at your last twine. Open up your right side of your leaf. Then you get some more leaf. And it's also important to remember your top from your bottom. Again, here's the top of my leaf and here's the bottom. If I added my leaf at the bottom, because the way the veins go, as I was twining, I'll put this down for example, as I was twining, I could catch this vein and it would just simply tear. But if I added it from the top, as I'm twining, all the veins are wrapped in and it doesn't rip. So again, I want to add it from the top, and you can use this leaf if you want, however we've torn it quite a bit. You can just join them together. Fold it in half. At your join where your left hand's holding, you open up the right side of the leaf. Add your leaf together, leaving about 1 inch out. Take all the leaves as one, 3 times in, and then 3 times out on your left side, crisscrossing left over right, and repeat the pattern. Again, holding with your left hand at the last twine, open up the right side. Because we ripped this leaf in 2, now the thickness will be thicker on this side, so we want to make it the same thickness on this side. It's kind of a thinner leaf, so I'm going to add this with a smaller leaf. Fold them in half. Add them under my thumb, holding as one, twining 3 times, left hand out 3 times. And after a few turns, the left is locked in the right, and your lei is strong. Sometimes as you're twining, you'll get the ends of a leaf, like this little part, and that can easily just be torn away, making your lei look prettier. So we'll just continue twining, and this is a basic tea leaf lei. Okay, so tea leaf can lend itself to be twined, can be folded, anything. So I'm going to teach you how to make a tea leaf rose now. We're going to use some of our iron green tea leaf. The yellow tea leaf, as the tea leaf dies, it turns yellow, and this does not need to be ironed. In fact, it's better if it doesn't, because the yellow tea leaf will turn brown. So again, we're just going to debone it. Just like that. Just take one side. And the red one does need to be ironed, because again, it would just crack. So We're going to debone it and iron it. And iron it. So we're always going to start with the straight edge nearest to us. We're going to take the leaf at an angle. We're going to fold it once, fold it at an angle twice, take the tail down. So it ends up looking like that. Your rose is going to develop on top of this finger, and your thumb's going to be the tension. On your left hand, your thumb's underneath, and your right hand's waving hello. You're going to take the top of your leaf, fold it back and under, and your thumb creates the fold. So back and under. Right here where your tea leaf is folded, you're going to hold your thumb. Roll your right hand into your left hand half a turn. Using your left thumb, hold what you just folded and readjust your fingers. Start again. Top of the leaf, back and under. Right hand into the left hand half a turn. Hold it in place and readjust your hand. Back and under. Right hand into the left hand half a turn and readjust. And as you make your rose, you'll see where the next point needs to be. When you're making it, one of the biggest keys is to put your leaf right next to your tail. So as you're folding it back and under, you want to make sure the leaf comes right up next to your tail. So while I'm making sure it's folded here, I also want to make sure I'm laying it right next to the tail. So I'm going to fold it back and under, half a turn. Back and under, half a turn. And you can make your rose as big as you want. Your finger keeps your leaf flat underneath. So you get a nice flat rose, so when you lay it into your lei, it lays one on top of the other. When you have no more leaf, you're going to turn your rose upside down. Take the part you were folding and the part you were holding and twist them together. Taking another piece of tea leaf, you're just going to take a strip so you can tie it. Twine it a little. It's got some more strength. Wrap it around. And tie 2 simple knots. If your leaf breaks, just take another piece, wrap it around, tie it. As we said earlier, for a lei, I like to wrap it with thread. So I'll leave that there because you can see how much tea leaf now there would be to wrap in a lei if I tied it with tea leaf. And if I want to tie it with thread, I'll take the leaf. This is a dry leaf. I'll take this one. Take the leaf at an angle once, an angle twice. Pull this down. That's what I'm going to hold it with. Thumb underneath, top back and under, right hand into the left hand. Slowly letting my leaf build outwards as opposed to building up. And that's why my finger's here to keep it flat underneath. And to make sure I'm bringing my leaf right next to my tail. So I can tell my next fold should be here, and I'll fold it. Turn it, fold it, and turn it. You can see where your next, you don't want all your tips to be in the same row, so this tip was here, and this tip's there. So you're developing your flower as you go. Turn it upside down. Take your thread. And I try to get a color that matches, so I'm doing a green rose, I'm using a green thread, and I wrap it around 3 times because thread's so thin. And again, I'll just tie it in 2 simple knots. so I have a lot less bulk with the thread. And there's your roses. The rose can be made larger or smaller depending on your leaf. This leaf is smaller, but let's take this leaf even smaller. Following the veins, we're going to make the leaf that big. Same pattern. Fold it at an angle once, at an angle twice. Take it down so you have the tail, thumb underneath. I'm just going to slowly go through this. I'm not going to walk you through each step. Just like we did the green rose, we're just doing it on a little smaller scale. Folding back and under while we turn our right hand into our left hand, half a turn each time. And the color variations vary with how you prepare your leaf. I like my leaf iron, and so it makes it a certain color, usually darker. Some people like to put their tea leaf in a freezer, which will give you a much lighter color, especially for the purples. And again, you can tie with a green, a purple, whatever. You just need a little piece to tie it. Some people even use their stoves. Whatever method you use to make your tea leaf pliable, it's up to the lay maker. It's individual. So there is a purple in contrast to the green, and we'll make one with the red. So again, and as you can see with this red, not all of it got iron. You see the different color variation. This part of it didn't get iron, and this part did. That's okay for our tail. We're going to fold it at an angle twice, pull our tail down, and again, the same motion. Back and half a turn. As many different varieties as there are tea leaf, you could make different varieties of flowers for your lei, different colors of flowers. Some people like the contrast in a lei of dark and light. Some people like it all light. Different colors. Now I like the yellows, and this is just one of the red tea leaves as it dyed underneath. The yellow can't be ironed because it turns brown, but it makes a brilliant flower. Sometimes if you keep the yellow out of the sun, it'll dry yellow. I have had trouble sending yellow to the mainland. I think the temperature, the moisture in the air, a lot of people have told me when they've taken yellow roses in their lei to the mainland, it turns brown within hours. So yellow does well here in the islands with our climate, but shipping it to the mainland wouldn't work. But yellow is just, and we didn't prep this. It's a little crunchy, but not as much as the green would be. So we're going to be really delicate with this. I'm just going to take off this because that gave me too much for my base. I'm going to take a little bit off at the end. Same pattern for all the roses, folding it at an angle twice, bringing your tail down, back and in. And I have to go gentle so I don't create a tear with this because it's not prepared. I'm just hoping that it's soft enough, as it is a dead leaf, as it's in the dyeing process.